Redux, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gakutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Especially to our grade 8 learners. This is Aral TarlakHenyo in RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radyo Filipino Tarlac. I am thrilled to welcome you to a fresh episode of learning. Let us take advantage of this chance to learn through listening and observing with all of our hearts and minds. I am Mr. Nico L. Pacanas, your English teacher broadcaster, broadcasting live in Pura Tarlac via remote live broadcast. How are you doing, wonderful learners? I hope everything is doing well for you. Are you up for a new challenge? Great! So come along with me today as we unveil a new discussion because learning English is fun. Please get your learning activity sheet with the competency of analyzing the intention of words or expressions used in propaganda techniques, focused on ad hominem, deflection, to-copy attack, diversion, and fear. This is the last installment of the discussion on propaganda techniques, so listen and watch intently. Before we begin our discussion, we will have a short review of words or expressions used in propaganda techniques, delivered to you by Teacher Rhea, Teacher Glenda, and Teacher Sue. In your previous lesson, you have learned the following propaganda techniques, which include name-calling or stereotyping, virtue words or glittering generalities, transfer, deification, testimonial, plain folks, bandwagon, artificial dichotomy, hot potato, stalling or ignoring the question, least of evils, scapegoat, card stacking, weak inference, faulty analogy, and misuse of statistics. I hope you can still remember your previous lessons because in line with this, we'll be having a short game. Are you ready, wonderful learners? This activity is called Can't Trick Me With That Propaganda. I will present some advertisements, and all you have to do is to identify which of the propaganda above is used in advertisements. For example, this photo shows Chris Aquino sharing her thoughts about drinking Nescafe coffee. Can you guess what type of propaganda technique is used by Nescafe? Correct. This shows testimonial. Now, it's your time to do the activity. If you know the answers, answer on your learning activity sheet. Or you may type your answer by commenting down below in our FB Live. Number 1. This one is a promo from Diet Coke having Taylor Swift as the endorser. That's right. The answer is transfer. Diet Coke is associated with a celebrity, which is Taylor Swift. Now, let us proceed with number 2. The picture depicts a billboard advertisement of Colgate. Correct. This shows misuse of statistics. Colgate tricks the casual observers into believing something other than what the data shows. Next, we have an advertisement from Pizza Hut. Wonderful! This is card stacking. Pizza Hut has bombarded the ad with so much overwhelming information. Let us now proceed to the next one. The slogan of Android reads, "Don't get a rotten apple. Trust what's inside Android." Correct. The answer is name calling or stereotyping. For Android has thrown some shades to its opponent, Apple. Lastly, an advertisement from Jollibee Chicken Joy. All right, the answer is virtual words or glittering generalities. The virtual world that attacks the heart of the consumers is the word joy. Did you get all the answers right? That sounds great. I think you are now ready to unlock another fun learning as we discuss the last installment of expressions used in propaganda techniques. Our lesson for today will focus on analyzing the intention of words or expressions used in propaganda techniques. This is part 4. This lesson will help us make informed choices instead of allowing others to sway us in our decision making. Before that, let us identify the objectives of our today's lessons. At the end of the lesson, the students will be able to identify different techniques used in propaganda, realize the virtue of objectivity and creativity in decision making, and create their own slogan or tagline using propaganda techniques. We will now begin our discussion. This is just a brief reminder that we will have more enrichment activities following the discussion. So I encourage everyone to stay tuned and listen carefully. To begin with, let us recall the definition of propaganda techniques. According to Jowett and O'Donnell in 2006, propaganda techniques are deliberate, systematic, and manipulating cognitions and direct behaviors to achieve a response that furthers the desired intent of the propagandist. According to Laswell in 1937, propaganda in the broadest sense is a technique of influencing human action by manipulating representations. These representations may take spoken, written, pictorial, or musical in form. Hence, when not observed keenly, propaganda devices can sway or trick us, especially in our decision making. Now we continue our discussion with ad hominem or deflection. Ad hominem is a Latin term that means against the man. This refers to an argument that is a personal attack against the source of an argument rather than against the argument itself. This means that ad hominem arguments are used indirectly to attack opposing views by attacking the individuals or groups that support these views. Examples are: all murderers are criminals, but a thief isn't a murderer, and so can't be a criminal. Well, you're a thief and a criminal, so there goes your argument. Another example: I just saw a new study that explicitly claims this theory is wrong. Well, you don't know anything about this field, so why should anyone listen to you? Ad hominem usually happens in politics. Hence, we must be intelligent in choosing our next leaders who do not attack personal stances to others. Next is to copy attack. To copy is a Latin term that means you also. This is a discussion technique that intends to discredit the opponent's argument by attacking the opponent's behavior and actions as inconsistent with their argument, therefore accusing hypocrisy. This specious reasoning is a particular type of ad hominem attack. Examples are, you should stop smoking. It's harmful to your health. Why should I listen to you? You started smoking when you were 16. And you took that item without paying for it? What you did is morally wrong. So what? I remember when you once did the same thing. You didn't think it was wrong, and neither this is. To copy is a particular type of ad hominem attack, wherein the speaker looks back at the history and reminds the person about their wrongdoings in the past. Next, we have diversion. Diversion seems to tackle a problem or issue, but throws an emotional destruction. Thus, when a major embarrassing or threatening issue comes up, a diversion is created. So attention is directed away from the issue. Examples are, a tobacco company talks about health and smoking, but then shows a man smoking a rugged cigarette after a long day of hard work. And a fast food chain talks about living healthy, but then shows a woman happily eating unhealthy fast food. Lastly, we have fear. Appeal to fear seeks to build support by instilling anxieties and panic in the general population. Appeal to fear is a commonly used marketing method that attempts to change behavior by creating anxiety in those receiving a fearful message. Examples are, a television commercial portrays a terrible automobile accident, that's the fear to appeal, and reminds viewers to wear their seatbelts, that's the fear-reducing behavior. Another example, we have Pampers. They changed their communication from dryness and snug fit to good sleep for baby and sound sleep, or sound health for baby, the major fear or concerns of a mother. We have it for the words and expressions used in propaganda techniques. Let us have a short wrap-up of all the topics discussed. The complete list of propaganda techniques is presented in your screen now. These are name-calling or stereotyping, virtue words or glittering generalities, transfer, deification, testimonial, plain folks, bandwagon, artificial dichotomy, hot potato, stalling or ignoring the question, list of evils, scapegoat, card stacking, weak inference, faulty analogy, misuse of statistics, and what we have discussed today, we have ad hominem or deflection, to copy attack, diversion, and fear. To check your understanding of the lesson, let us now answer activity 1. I know that propaganda. Answer in your learning activity sheet, or if you know the answers, comment them down below in our FB Live broadcast. Please read with me. Read the sentences in column A. Match them to the corresponding items in column B, which discusses the different propaganda techniques. Number 1, column A. This propaganda technique seeks to build support by instilling anxieties and panic in the general population. A. Ad hominem or deflection. B. To cope the attack. C. Diversion. Or D. Fear. Right. The answer is D. Fear. Number 2 in column A. This propaganda technique refers to an argument that is a personal attack against the source of the argument rather than against the argument itself. A. Ad hominem or deflection. B. To cope the attack. C. Diversion. Or D. Fear. Correct. The answer is A. Ad hominem or deflection. Number 3 in column A. This propaganda technique seems to tackle a problem or issue but throws in an emotional non sequitur or destruction. A. Ad hominem or deflection. B. To cope the attack. C. Diversion. Or D. Fear. Correct. The answer is C. Diversion. And lastly, we have number 4 in column A. This propaganda technique intends to discredit the opponent's argument by attacking the opponent's behavior and actions as inconsistent with their argument, therefore accusing hypocrisy. A. Ad hominem or deflection. B. To cope the attack. Or C. Diversion. And D. Fear. Right. The answer is B. To cope the attack. Did you get all the answers right? Well done, my wonderful learners. It seems like all of you get a perfect score. Now, we are about to begin Activity 2. Please refer to your learning activity sheet. Activity 2 is called That Statement Seems Suspicious. Again, read with me, and if you know the answers, comment down below. Later on, we will check your answers. Read the statements and identify which propaganda techniques they express. 1. An insurance company pamphlet includes picture of houses destroyed by floods, followed by details about how homeowners insurance. A. Ad hominem or deflection. B. Diversion. C. Fear. Or D. To cope the attack. Wonderful. The answer is C. Fear. Number 2. A liquor company always suggests that consumers drink moderately, yet shows videos of people drinking excessively. A. Ad hominem or deflection. B. Diversion. C. Fear. Or D. To cope the attack. Correct. The answer is B. Diversion. Number 3. Socrates' arguments about human excellence are rubbish. What could a man as ugly as he knows about human goodness? A. Ad hominem or deflection. B. Diversion. C. Fear. Or D. To cope the attack. Right? The answer is A. Ad hominem or deflection. And lastly, we have parent. You have to clean your room. It's too messy. Child, but your room is messy too. So why should I listen to you? A. Ad hominem or deflection. B. Diversion. C. Fear. Or D. To cope the attack. Correct. The answer is D. To cope the attack. Did you get a perfect score? Wonderful. Congratulations to a job well done. Now we proceed to our post-listening and post-viewing activity. Your post-listening activity is titled Captured by the Propaganda. You have to create your own advertisement, slogan, or tagline for promoting awareness on COVID-19. Use any of the propaganda techniques discussed. This activity can help people know better information about COVID-19 situation in our country and limit the dissemination of fake news. The criteria for judging on your slogan includes craftsmanship, which is 10 points, creativity, which is 10 points, originality, which is 10 points, with a total of 30 points. Looking more profound into what we discussed today and the previous discussions of propaganda techniques, what value can we get from being aware of these techniques? For propaganda, propaganda is designed to persuade, influence, and manipulate opinions, emotions, attitudes, or behavior and guide your choice by exaggerating the truth and using hidden messages. How do we make sure that we make informed choices instead of allowing others to sway us in our decision making? We make our own choices when we read and listen to reliable sources, watch for combinations of truths and lies, check for hidden messages, and watch for the use of propaganda techniques. Hence, we must be careful in what we are observing and we are believing, for we may be tricked in propaganda techniques and could alter our decision making. Now, I am leaving you with this message. Objectivity, undistorted by emotions or personal bias, based on observable phenomena. As a quick sum up, today, you, the students, were able to identify the different techniques used in propaganda, realize the value of objectivity and selectivity in decision making, and create your own slogan or tagline using propaganda techniques. Today is a fantastic day for you because everything has gone splendidly in all your activities. I knew you could pull this off. It's a joy to collaborate with students like you. Persevere and you will see your light shine brightly. Before we end this discussion, I would like to thank the listeners and viewers out there. Keep on tuning in to RTV Tarlac Channel 26 and on DZTC 828 Radyo Filipino Tarlac. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. I would like to thank Sir Eds, Reynaldo, and Sir Herbert for helping me and supporting me with this live broadcast. Again, this is Mr. Nico L. Pacanas, your English teacher broadcaster. Please tune in again on Thursday for another fun English learning. Have a great day!
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Poson para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5. Ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZDZ 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Isang mapagpalang araw sa ating mga tagapakinig at tagasubaybay sa ating Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Divisions of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. At sa bayang napapakinggan sa DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Napapanood din tayo sa Facebook livestream at Converge Channel 100. Naririto na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga na sa kabila ng hamon ng pandemya ang ating kinahaharap, kayo ay lubos na nagbibigay halaga sa edukasyon. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Jessel G. Torres, sasamahan at gagabayan kayo upang maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin na paglawak ng kapangyarihan ng Europe. Ngunit bago tayo magsimula, siguraduhin na nasa komportableng lugar habang nakasubaybay sa Aral TarlakHenyo. At mas mainam din na kayo ay nakakain na o nakapag-merienda na upang maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating talakayan sa oras na ito. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, pinapaalala kong muli ang ating kasunduan. Ihanda ang CP ng inyong module, papel at ballpen na gagamitin sa ating pag-aaral. Mas mainam na iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang bagay at ituon ang sarili sa paksang tatalakayin natin. Batid kong kayang-kaya niyong gawin ang bagay na yan. Kaya balikan muna natin. Pero bago tayo magsimula, ay balikan muna natin ang paksang tinalakay natin noong nakaraang araw. Okay, subukan ninyong sagutin ang 5 tanong na aking ibibigay ukol sa unang yugto ng imperialismong kanluranin at mga motibo at salik ng eksplorasyon. Para sa balik-aral, ihanda ang inyong papel, ballpen at isulat sa inyong mga kwaderno ang 5 katanungan na aking babanggitin. Handa na ba kayo? Kung ganon, magsisimula na tayo sa ating balik-aral. Unang tanong, ito ang panghihimasok, pag-iimpluwensya o pagkontrol ng isang makapangyarihang bansa sa isang mahinang bansa. Maaari kayong sumagot sa ating comment section ng ating Facebook live stream. Okay, maaari kayong sumagot sa comment section ng ating Facebook live stream. Unang tanong, panghihimasok, pag-iimpluwensya o pagkontrol ng isang makapangyarihang bansa sa isang mahinang bansa. Ang sagot ay imperialismo. Ikalawang tanong, ito ang tuwirang pananakop ng isang bansa sa iba pang bansa upang pagsamantalahan ang yaman nito o makuha rito ang iba pang pangangailangan ng mangongolonya. Ang sagot ay kolonyalismo. Tama. So, ikatlong tanong, ito ay isang mahalagang aklat na isinulat ni Marco Polo. Ipinabatid nito na ang Europeo ay ipinabatid nito sa mga Europeo ang yaman at kaunlarang taglay ng China. Ang tamang sagot ay The Travels of Marco Polo. Ika-4 na tanong, isang kagamitan na nagbibigay ng tamang direksyon habang naglalakbay. Ang sagot? Alam niyo ba kung anong sagot? Tama. Okay, ang tamang sagot ay kompas. Okay, ikalimang tanong. Dahil sa kanya, nanguna ang Portugal sa mga bansang Europeo na naging inspirasyon ng mga manlalayag sa kanyang panahon. Ang sagot ay Prinsipe Henry the Navigator. Ilan ang nakuha mong tamang sagot? Batid ko na marami kang nakuhang tamang sagot, ngunit kung hindi man ay may pagkakataon ka pa, okay, na makabawi sa susunod nating gawain. Tinalakay natin sa nakaraang aralin ang tungkol sa unang yugto ng imperialismong kanluranin at mga motibo at salik sa eksplorasyon. Sa paksang ito ay nagkaroon tayo ng malinaw at malawak na kaalaman tungkol sa konsepto ng imperialismo at kolonyalismo at mga kagamitan sa paglalakbay gaya ng kompas at astrolabe at maging ang mga motibo nila sa paglalakbay. So yun ang natutunan natin noong nakaraang araw. Kung sa nakaraang talakayan ay tinalakay natin tungkol sa unang yugto ng imperialismo, ngayon ay handa na ba kayo sa ating bagong aralin? Game na ba kayong mag-aral at matuto dito sa Aral TarlakHenyo? Atin namang tatalakayin ngayon tungkol sa paghahanap ng spices, yun ang una. Ikalawa ay pangunguna ng Portugal sa paggagalugad. At ikatlo ay ang paghahangad ng Espanya ng kayamanan mula sa silangan. Inaasahan natin na pagkatapos ng leksyon na ito ay kaya ninyong matukoy ang dahilan ng paghahangad ng spices ng mga Europeo, kung bakit ang Portugal ang nanguna sa paggagalugad, at kung bakit naghangad ang Espanya ng kayamanan mula sa silangan. Handa na ba kayo? Ngunit, bago yan, bago natin simulan ang ating talakayan, ay magkaroon muna tayo ng kalinawan ukol sa dalawang salita. Ang dalawang salita na ito ay eksplorasyon at spices. Ano nga ba ang kahulugan ng dalawang salita na ito? Ano nga ba ang kahulugan ng eksplorasyon at spices? Pag-uusapan natin ngayon ang kahulugan ng dalawang salita. Dito pa rin sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang eksplorasyon ay maaaring paglalakbay o pagtuklas o paghahanap ng mga bagay na gusto mo pang malaman, matutunan o maranasan. Kung noong ika-16 hanggang ika-17 siglo, ito ay tumutukoy sa paglalakbay ng mga taga-kanluran paikot ng mundo. Dito nila nadiskubre at nasakop at iba pang mga bansa. Dito rin tayo nagkaroon ng mga impormasyon tungkol sa heograpiya ng mga bansa sa mundo. Ang pampalasa naman o spices ay tumutukoy sa mga sangkap o pampalasa. Alam ko, nakakita na kayo ng mga bagay na ginagamit. Kadalasan ginagamit yan ng mga magulang nyo sa kusina. So hinahangad ng mga tao noon na lalo pang pasarapin at bigyang lasa ang mga pagkain nila. Sana ay naging malinaw ang kahulugan ng dalawang salita na yan. Ang nagsimulang paglakas ng Europe ay nagpatuloy hanggang makabagong panahon. Higit na lumawak ang kanilang kapangyarihan dahil sa eksplorasyon at kolonisasyon ng bagong daigdig at pagsigla din ng kalakalan, bunga ng rebolusyong industrial at komersyal. Higit na dumami yung kanilang salapi sa sirkulasyon at lumaki yung kanilang kapital at naging karaniwan na lamang ang biglaang pagyaman ng mga namumuhunan. Ang bagong pananaw sa kalakalan at produksyon ang nagbigay daan sa pag-unlad ng bagong sistema. Ito ang sistemang kapitalismo. Ang tatalakayin natin ngayon ay tungkol sa paghahanap ng spices, pinangunahan ng Portugal ang paggagalugad at paghahangad ng Espanya ng kayamanan mula sa silangan. Alam niyo ba kung bakit ang mga Europeo ay ibig ang mga spices na ito? Bakit ang Portugal ang nanguna sa paghahanap ng spices at ginto? At kung sino-sinong mga Portuguese ang nangunang naglayag at ano-ano kayang mga lugar ang kanilang mga narating. Ating iisa-isahin at ipapaliwanag yan ng maigi dito pa rin sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Para sa ating unang gawain, ito tatawagin nating hula larawan. So magkakaroon tayo ng isang game na tatawagin natin ay hula larawan. Kagaya ng paglalakbay o manlalakbay, sinikap nilang alamin ang mga bagay na hindi pa nila alam o hindi pa sila pamilyar. Sikapin nating alamin ang mga salita base sa tulong ng mga larawang ipapakita ko sa inyo. Okay, ihanda ang inyong kaderno at ballpen, isulat ang pangalan, antas at pangkat, petsa ngayong araw. Okay, magsisimula na tayo. Handa na ba kayo? Mukhang handang-handa na. Okay, para sa ating unang larawan. Ito ay binubuo ng 7 letra. Meron tayong 3 gabay na larawan para dito. Pero para sa unang larawan, para sa unang katanungan natin, ay gawin muna nating halimbawa. Okay, makikita nyo sa larawan ang papa, men, at mata. Okay? So, ang tamang sagot, sa katanungan na yan ay paminta. Okay? Para sa ikalawang katanungan, para sa ikalawang larawan, ito ay binubuo ng 8 letra. Okay? Meron itong 3 gabay na larawan. Okay? So, tingnan nyo mabuti. Ang sagot sa katanungan na yan ay cinnamon. Okay? Okay, next tayo. Para sa ikatlong larawan, ito ay binubuo ng 6 na letra. Merong 2 gabay na larawan na makita kayo. Okay, sa ating screen. Okay, ngayon. So, makita kayong Nat at si Megan Young. Okay, ang tamang sagot ay nutmeg. Okay? Para sa ika-4 na larawan, ito ay binubuo ng 6 na letra. Merong 2 gabay na larawan. Okay, para sa ika-4. Okay na katanungan natin. Ayan. Okay, cloud at vest. Okay? So, ang tamang sagot, okay, sa katanungan na 'yan ay cloves. Okay? Para sa ikalimang larawan, ito ay binubuo ng 6 na letra. Okay, meron tayong 2 gabay na larawan para sa diyan. Okay, si Gary V, okay, at saka yung lick. Okay, ang tamang sagot ay garlic. Kung nakuha ninyo ang lahat ng sagot, ay binabati ko kayo. Okay? Ngayon ay handa ka na. Okay? Dahil natukoy mo na ang iba't ibang mga pampalasa. Okay? Yung mga yan ay halimbawa ng mga pampalasa na bahagi ng ating talakayan ngayon. Sa unang bahagi ng ating leksyon, ating tatalakayin ay tungkol sa paghahanap ng spices. Mula ika-13 siglo ay naging depende ang mga Europeo sa spices na matatagpuan natin sa Asia, lalo na sa India. Okay? Ang ilan sa mga spices na may malalaking demand para sa mga Europeo ay ang paminta, cinnamon at nutmeg na naipakita natin kanina. Ang kalakalan ng spices sa Europe at Asia ay kontrolado kasi ng mga Muslim at mga taga-Venice, Italy. Okay, ang mga mangangalakal na Chino at Indian ay bumibili ng spices sa mga mangangalakal na Arabe na siyang nagdadala ng mga panindang ng mga paninda sa mga mangangalakal na taga-Venice. Okay, so yung mga taga-Venice lang ang may direktang koneksyon sa pakikipagkalakalan ng spices noon. Malaking kita ang inaakyat ng ganitong uri ng kalakalan sa mga mangangalakal na Arabe at Venetian. Dahil sa monopolyo ng kalakalang ito, ay naghanap ang mga Europeyong mangangalakal na direkta na silang magkaroon ng kalakalan sa Asia sa mga spices na kailangan nila. Okay? Ang panlupang kalakalan kasi ay hindi garantisadong protektado para sa mga pananambang na ginagawa ng mga Mongol. Kaya mas minabuti ng mga Europeo na gamitin na lang ang katubigan. Okay? Dahil hindi lamang ang kita sa kalakalan ang naglunsad sa kanila sa eksplorasyon, kung hindi ang pagkukumberto din kasi ng mga katutubo sa relihiyong Katolisismo. So napag-alaman nila na ang relihiyong Islam kasi ay patuloy na lumalaganap sa Asia. Okay, kaya kailangan nila itong hadlangan dahil sa eksplorasyon ay bunga. Okay, ang eksplorasyon kasi ay bunga ng pagkamalikhain ng kaisipan noong panahon ng Renaissance sa mga Europeo na lumabas sa kanila, okay, sa mga lugar nila at tumuklas ng iba pang mga lugar. Ang eksplorasyon na ito ay nagbigay wakas din sa isolasyon ng Europe at naging preparasyon sa paghahangad ng ibang lupain para maging bahagi ng kanilang teritoryo. Ang spices ay ginamit nila bilang pampalasa sa kanilang mga pagkain at upang pampaserba ng mga karne. Ginamit din nila ito, okay, para sa kanilang mga pabango, cosmetics at medisina. Atin naman sagutin ang ilan sa mga katanungan, okay, na bahagi ng ating aralin. Katulad ng unang tanong, bakit ibig ng mga Europeo ang mga spices? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay ibig ng mga Europeo ang mga spices dahil ginagamit nila ito bilang pampalasa sa kanilang pagkain at upang magpreserba ng karne. Maliban doon, ginagamit din yan, okay, na pabango, cosmetics, medisina, okay, at medisina. Okay, kayo ay magaling kung yan ang inyong sagot. Okay, sa katanungan natin. Para sa ikalawang tanong, maliban sa spices, meron bang ibang nakukuha o makukuha ang Europeo sa kanilang eksplorasyon? Kung sagot ninyo ay mayroon, okay, kayo ay mahusay. Okay, kagaya ng kita ng kalakalan, okay, pagkumberto ng mga katutubo sa relihiyong Katolisismo at maging ang teritoryo. Sa ikalawang baghagi ng ating leksyon na ating tatalakayin, ay tungkol sa pinangunahan ng Portugal ang paggagalugad. ang Portugal ang kauna-unahan kasi na bansang Europeo na nagkaroon ng interes sa paggagalugad ng Atlantic upang makapaghanap ng spices at ginto. Sa pagitan ng 1420 hanggang 1528 ay nakapaglayag ang mga mandaragat na Portuguese hanggang sa kanlurang bahagi ng Afrika. Noong Agosto 1488, natagpuan ni Bartolomeo Diaz ang pinakatibog na bahagi ng Afrika na nakilala sa katawagang Cape of Good Hope. Ang paglalakbay ni Diaz ay nagpakilala na maraming makakarating o na maaari nilang marating ang silangan sa pamamagitan ng pag-ikot sa kontinenteng Afrika. Samantalang noong 1497, 4 na sasakyang pandagat ang naglakbay na pinamumunuan ni Vasco da Gama mula Portugal hanggang India. Ang nasabing ekspedisyon ay umikot sa Cape of Good Hope, tumigil sa iba pang mga trade post sa Afrika upang makipagkalakalan at matapos ng 10 buwan ay narating nila ang Kalikot India na pinapangarap nilang puntahan. Dito natagpuan ni da Gama ang Hindu at Muslim na nakikipagkalakalan ng mahusay sa seda, porselana, pampalasa na maaaring kailangan ng mga Portuguese sa kanilang bansa. Hinimok nila ang mga Asyanong mga ngalakal na magkaroon ng direktang pakikipagkalakalan, ngunit hindi siya gaanong nagtagumpay dito. Sa bansang Portugal ay kinilala siya bilang isang bayani. At dahil sa kanya ay nalaman ng mga Portuguese ang yaman na mayroon ng silangan at ganoon din ang maunlad na kalakalan dito. Panghuli, sa ating tatalakayin. Ngayong araw ay ang paghahangad ng Espanya ng kayamanan mula sa silangan. Ang pagpapakasal kasi ni Haring Ferdinand V ng Aragon at Reyna Isabela I ng Castile noong 1469 ay naging daan upang ang Espanya ay maghangad din ng kayamanan sa silangan. Ang pinagsanib na lakas ng kanilang kaharian ay naging dahilan sa pagpapadala nila ng mga ekspedisyon sa silangan. Una dito ay pinamunuan ni Christopher Columbus. Si Christopher Columbus ay isang Italianong manlalayag. Noong 1492, tinulungan siya ni Reyna Isabela na ilunsad ang kanyang unang ekspedisyon na ang kanyang adhikain ay marating ang India sa pamamagitan, gagamitin niyang daan ay yung pakanluran. Hindi niya gagamitin hindi niya dadaanan yung Africa. So iikutin niya yung mundo natin. Yun sanang plano na magiging daan niya papunta ng Asia. Ang kanyang ekspedisyon ay nakaranas ng maraming paghihirap gaya ng walang kasiguruduhan na mararating nila ang silangan sa pamamagitan ng daan pakanluran, ang pagod na walang pagod at gutom sa kanilang paglalakbay at haba ng panahon na kanilang inilagi sa katubigan. Ngunit naabot niya ang isa sa mga isla ng Bahamas sa kanyang pag-aakala na ito ay India. Dahil ang kulay ng mga taong naninirahan ay gaya kasi ng mga taga-India. Kaya tinawag niya ito, yung mga tao doon, tinawag niya na mga Indians. 3 buwan pang inilagi nila sa kanilang paglalakbay hanggang maabot nila ang Hispaniola. Sa kasalukuyan ay ang bansang Haiti at Dominican Republic. Narating din niya ay ang bansang Cuba. Marami ang natagpo ang ginto na magsasapat sa pangangailangan ng kanyang ng Espanya. Ngunit sa tingin niya ay hindi pa rin siya tunay na marating ang kanyang ang kinikilalang sibilisasyon sa Asia. Pagbalik niya sa Espanya ay ipinagbunyi ang kanyang resulta ng ekspedisyon at binigyan siya ng titulong Admiral of the Ocean Sea, Viceroy at Gobernador ng islang kanyang natagpuan. 3 ekspedisyon pa ang kanyang pinamunuan bago siya mamatay noong 1506 at narating niya ang isla ng Caribbean at South America. Ngunit hindi siya nagtagumpay na marating ang silangan. Noong 1507, isang Italianong adventurero, Italianong nabigador, si Amerigo Vespucci ang nagpaliwanag na si Columbus ay natagpuan niya yung bagong mundo. Okay, tinawag itong Amerika at naitala ito sa mapa ng Europe kasama ng iba pang mga bagong nadiskubreng isla at ipinangalan kay Amerigo Vespucci ang Amerika. Si Prinsipe Henry, anak ng hari ng Portugal, ang naging pangunahing tagapagtaguyod ng paglalayag sa pamamagitan ng pag-anyaya ng mga mandaragat, tagagawa ng mapa, matematisyan at astrologo na mag-aaral ng sensyang pangnabigasyon. Siya ang patron ng mga manlalakbay at ikinabit sa pangalan niya ang katawagang The Navigator. Malusuri natin sa pangyayaring ito ang kakulangan sa mga bagong kagamitan na ginamit nila o gagamitin sa paglalakbay gaya ng mapa na hindi pa maunlad at maging ang kakulangan sa mga taong manlalakbay. Mamanghang isipin na sa panahong ito ay ipinagpatuloy pa rin ng mga manlalakbay kahit na napakaraming balakid. Ipinakita dito ang kahalagahan ng pagiging handa anumang pagkakataon. Kung mga giliw kong mag-aaral, naisip nyo ba ang kahalagahan ng pagiging handa? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay oo, labis akong natutuwa, dahil ang edukasyon ay mabisang sandata upang maging handa. Sa kinabukasan natin. Sana ay naunawaan nyo ang kahalaga ng spices at kung bakit nanguna ang Portugal sa paggagalugat at kung bakit naghangad ng kayamanan ang Europeo sa silangan. Para sa ating huling gawain, isulat ang tama kung wasto ang ipinapahayag na ideya ng pangungusap at isulat naman ang mali ang salitang kung ito naman ay mali, ay isulat ang salitang nagpamali sa pangungusap. Ulitin ko, isulat ang tama, kung wasto ang ipinapahayag ng ideya, at kung ito naman ay mali, isulat ang salitang nagpamali sa pangungusap. Number 1, ang spices ay ginagamit bilang pampalasa sa kanilang mga pagkain at upang magpreserba ng mga karne. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay tama, kayo ay tama. Ikalawa, ang Portugal ang kauna-unahang bansang Europeo na nagkaroon ng interes sa paggagalugad sa karagatan ng Atlantic upang makahanap ng mga spices at ginto. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay tama, kayo ay mahusay. Para sa ikatlong tanong, samantalang noong 1497 may 4 na sasakyang pandagat ang pinamunuan ni Bartolomeo Diaz sa Portugal hanggang India. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay mali, kayo ay magaling dahil pinamunuan yan hindi ni Bartolomeo Diaz, so hindi ni Vasco da Gama. Ikalama at panghuling tanong, si Prinsipe Henry, anak ng Haring Juan ng Portugal, ang naging pangunahing tagapagtaguyod ng paglalayag. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay tama, kayo ay magaling. Kung nakuha ninyo ang lahat ng tamang sagot, binabati ko kayo. At isang bahagi ng ating leksyon, ng ating natapos talakayin. Upang magkaroon pa kayo ng ideya sa talakayan natin, ay maaari niyong basahin ang pahina 305 hanggang 308 para maging handa kayo sa susunod nating leksyon. Sana ay huwag ninyong kalimutan ang mahalagang aral na inyong natutunan mula sa ating leksyon at sikapin ninyo itong ibahagi sa iba. Inaasahan ko na kayo'y natuto sa ating talakayan ngayong araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan, Grade 8, Ginang Jessel G. Torres na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli, paalam, stay safe mga anak, bye-bye!
Sa ngalan ng pag-ibig,
pangakong ikaw lang.
Walang hindi gagawin.
Walang hindi hahamakin.
Paulit-ulit. Araw-araw ikaw pa rin. For richer,
for poorer, in sickness and in health. Kung mahal mo sila,
magpa-booster ka.
promise,
Pexman, ligtas para sa lahat.
Tuberculosis. Gaano katagal ang gamutan ng TB? Ang tuberculosis treatment ay umaabot ng 6 hanggang 8 buwan na pag-inom ng gamot. Kapag naman ito ay naantala, maaaring umabot ng 2 taon ang gamutan. Tandaan, ang TB ay hindi namamana, hindi nakukuha sa pagpapagod, pagpupuyat o pagkatuyo ng pawis sa likod. Hindi na ipapasa sa paghawak ng gamit ng taong may TB. Hindi nakukuha sa kagat ng lamok. Kaya kung may suspetsa, agad kumonsulta. Libre ito. Maging bahagi ng TB-Free Pinas. Konsultayo sa ating mga primary care provider para sa Healthy Pilipinas. Paalala mula sa Department of Health.
Ang Asia-New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, Kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Alam niyo ba na ang Great Barrier Reef ay ang pinakamalaking living structure on Earth? Matatagpuan ito sa baybayin ng Queensland sa Australia. Ito ay pinamamahayan ng 3,000 coral reefs at 900 coral islands na matatagpuan sa ilalim ng Coral Sea. May haba itong higit sa 2,000 kilometers at makikita lamang sa outer space. Ngunit, dahil sa fragile coral colony nito, unti-unti na itong nasisira sa paglipas ng panahon at dulot na rin ng climate change, polusyon at man-made disasters. Alam nyo na, yan ang Great Barrier Reef.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
Simulcast over DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Teacher Jericho Garcia Villamin from Labnay Integrated School, and I am your teacher broadcaster in this new normal learning experience in TLE Grade 8 Carpentry. Joining you live from the summer capital of Tarlac, the municipality of Mayantok. How are you today? I hope every one of you is fine, for we are about to have an exciting day of learning in technology and livelihood education. But before that, I would like to remind those who are joining us from their homes to please find a quiet and comfortable place away from any distraction in order for you to focus in today's lesson. Kindly prepare now your module as well as your pen and paper. Do you have them in your hand now? If yes, that's great. I would also like to remind those who are joining us through Facebook Live to use the comment section in answering the questions. Before we proceed to our new lesson, let us first have a review on what we discussed yesterday. Do you still remember the things we discussed? Well, let's see. I'm going to show you the different types of lines used in drawings and plans, and you are going to name them. Are you ready? If yes, then let's start. This is the first line. What type of line is it? If your answer is visible line, you are correct. Visible line is a thick line that represents the visible part of an object. It is also known as object line. How about this line? The right answer is hidden line. Did you get it? Excellent! Hidden line is a broken line of medium thickness, composed of short dashes, 2 to 3 millimeters, and space between dashes, 1 to 2 millimeters. Let's proceed to the third line. What is the line being shown on your screen? Did you answer center line? If yes, very good. Center line is composed of alternating long and short dashes, which shows the center of an object. What about this line? What type of line do you think is it? Is your answer leader line? If yes, you got it right. Leader line is a short inclined thin line with an arrowhead at the end and short horizontal line on the other end used to show dimensions of circular objects. What type of line is being flashed on your screen? Is it phantom line? Yes, it is. Phantom line is a thick line that is used to indicate that a part of an object is movable. Did you get all 5? If yes, give yourself a round of applause. You really mastered our lesson yesterday, and I am proud to say that you are now ready for our new lesson this day. Can you guess what will be our lesson today? If not, don't worry, because we will guess together by playing a game. Our game for today is called 4 Picks 1 Word. Can you say it again? That's right, 4 Picks 1 Word. Kindly listen now for the instruction. I will show to you 4 pictures which you are going to guess what makes them related to each other. To help you in guessing, you can count the number of boxes to know how many letters does the answer have. A set of letters is also provided for you to choose from. Are you ready? If yes, then let's proceed to the first one. What do you think is the word that makes these 4 pictures related to each other? Did you answer gloves? Very good. The pictures show different types of gloves. Gloves are used to ensure the safety of our hands. Let's have another set of pictures. What do you think is being shown in the 4 pictures? What is your answer? If your answer is helmet, you are definitely correct. Helmet is used by drivers to make sure that their head is safe in case of an accident. Let's have the last set of pictures. What is being shown in this set of pictures? Do you have your answer now? What is your answer? If you answered face mask, very good. Face mask is used to keep us safe from being infected to different kind of virus. That is why face mask is part of our minimum health standards during the pandemic. Did you get all the correct answer? Very good. Class, I have one last question before we have our new lesson. What does gloves, helmet, and face mask have in common? Remember that gloves are used for the safety of our hands, and helmet is for the safety of our head. Face mask, on the other hand, is used for our safety from the virus. Do you have your answer now? If your answer is safety, you got the right answer. Gloves, helmet, and face mask are used to ensure safety. With that, let me now introduce to you our new lesson. Our new lesson for today is identifying risks and hazards in the workplace. In today's lesson, you are going to list down the different health hazards and risks found in the workplace, discuss the effects of health hazards and occupational risks, and lastly, value the importance of having a knowledge of the different risks and hazards found in the workplace. Let's begin the lesson by differentiating risk and hazard. Do you have any idea? Again, don't hesitate to participate in our discussion by typing your answer in the comment section. Hazard refers to the things that can cause harm to the people in the workplace, while risk refers to the possibility of accident to happen as caused by the hazard. To further illustrate their difference, take a look at the pictures. The banana peel is the hazard, while the possibility that it might cause someone to slip is the risk. Did you get it? That's great! There are 4 types of hazards that can cause risk. They are the following: physical hazard, mechanical hazard, chemical hazard, and electric shock hazard. Again, physical hazard, mechanical hazard, chemical hazard, and electric shock hazard. What are these hazards and what risks might they cause? Let's find out together as I discuss them to you one by one. Physical hazard is any form of danger that affects the physical body of a person. Example of this is damaged scaffold, Scaffoldings are used in construction sites to give the workers access to heights. However, when they are damaged, they may also cause serious accidents that can lead to fatality. It is because the scaffolds might collapse and might cause injuries or even casualties to the workers who will fall because of the accident. To avoid this from happening, workers should check the condition of the scaffoldings before using them in the workplace. Another example is falling debris. In construction sites, different materials are scattered everywhere. This is dangerous, especially when they are on the higher floors of the building. They may accidentally fall, and those who are working below might be hit, and this can lead to head injury. Putting nets can prevent someone below to be hit by a falling debris. Let's proceed to mechanical hazard. Mechanical hazard is harm brought by using specific equipment or machines. Equipment and machines is the work in construction sites. They can help the workers to finish building the project in a shorter period of time. However, uncareful use of this equipment and machines can cause serious injuries. We have welding machine as an example. Welding machine is used in construction sites to join metals together. The sparks coming from the welding machine, however, can damage the eyes of the worker. This can be prevented by using personal protective equipment or PPE such as safety glasses. Another example is sharp machines. Sharp machines like metal cutter is the efforts of workers in cutting hard objects. On the other hand, these machines may cause wounds or even worse cases such as finger amputation if not carefully used. To avoid these kinds of accidents, workers should focus while performing their work using these machines. Another type of hazard is chemical hazard. Chemical hazard is a danger caused by toxic and harmful substances that can be inhaled or absorbed by a person. Examples of chemical hazards are paint and thinner. Paints are used to decorate the walls or any part of the building. On the negative side, direct inhalation of paint can cause lung-related disease. Thinner, on the other hand, is used to remove old paints easily. Direct contact of thinner to skin, however, can cause irritation. The last type of hazard in the workplace is electric shock hazard. Electric shock hazard is any risk brought by electricity. Again, electric shock hazard is any risk brought by electricity. Damaged wire is an example of electric shock hazard because it can cause someone to be electrified. For this reason, workers should make sure that the wires they are using are in good condition. And if possible, workers should avoid working too close on electric wires. There you have it, class. The 4 types of hazards with their respective examples and the risk that they might cause in the workplace. Since we know already what are the health hazards and risks in the workplace, the better question now that we need to answer is, why is it important to know the different health hazards and risks in the workplace? Again, why is it important to know the different health hazards and risks in the workplace? In our country, there are many accidents that occurred in construction sites. The Manila Film Center tragedy is one of the most infamous construction tragedies in the world. According to different articles, the scaffolding collapsed at about 3 o'clock in the morning of November 17, 1981. At least 169 workers fell and buried in quick-drying cement. In order to avoid this from happening again, we must know the different hazards and risks in the workplace. It is very important to know the different health hazards and risks in the workplace so that we can plan ahead of time what preventive measures can we do to avoid accidents in the workplace. Remember, prevention is better than cure. Since we are now done with our discussion, let us have an activity where you can apply your new learnings. Listen carefully for the instruction. I am going to show you a picture of a workplace. You will then identify the health hazards shown in the picture. Is it clear? If yes, then let's now proceed to our activity. What hazard is in number 1? Very good. That is using ladder incorrectly. How about in number 2? Working at height without secured harness. That is correct. In number 3, what hazard do you think is shown? Tools on the ground. Very good. The tools might cause someone to trip. Number 4, what hazard is it? That is right. Working too close to power lines. That might cause electric shock. Aside from that, he has also no harness. Let's now answer number 5. Precisely. They have no PPE glasses while welding. Did you get them all? Excellent! That is a manifestation that you really mastered our lesson today. Let us now answer the following questions to further know if you are ready to move to our next lesson tomorrow. In test 1, I will give you a situation in a workplace, then identify what type of hazard is being described. Again, I will give you a situation in a workplace, then identify what type of hazard is being described. In test 2, you will be asked to list down health hazards in the workplace, then give the possible risk it may cause. Again, I would like to remind everyone that you may use the comment box to answer every question. Are you ready? Let's now start answering the questions. For number 1, it refers to the possibility that a hazard might cause to the workers. It refers to the possibility that a hazard might cause to the workers. A. Physical hazard. B. Chemical hazard. C. Mechanical hazard. Or D. Risk. If you answered letter D, risk, you are correct. Number 2. It is a type of hazard that can harm the workers physically. It is a type of hazard that can harm the workers physically. A. Physical hazard. B. Chemical hazard. C. Mechanical hazard. Or D. Electric shock hazard. Is your answer letter A, physical hazard? If yes, you are right. Number 3. Ruben got wounded while using the drilling machine. In what type of hazard does drilling machine belong? Ruben got wounded while using the drilling machine. In what type of hazard does drilling machine belong? A. Physical hazard. B. Chemical hazard. C. Mechanical hazard. Or D. Electric shock hazard. The correct answer is letter C, mechanical hazard. Did you get the correct answer? If yes, very good. Let us now answer number 4. Carlo accidentally spilled the thinner on his arms. This caused minor burns on his skin. Thinner belongs to what type of hazard? Carlo accidentally spilled the thinner on his arms. This caused minor burns on his skin. Thinner belongs to what type of hazard? A. Physical hazard, B. Chemical hazard, C. Mechanical hazard, or D. Electric shock hazard. If you answered B. Chemical hazard, excellent! You got the right answer. Number 5. Anthony touched a damaged wire that grounded him. What type of hazard do you think caused this risk? Anthony touched a damaged wire that grounded him. What type of hazard do you think caused this risk? A. Physical hazard, B. Chemical hazard, C. Mechanical hazard, or D. Electric shock hazard. Did you answer D. Electric shock hazard? If yes, you are correct. Let us now answer test 2. I'll repeat the instruction. List down 3 health hazards in the workplace, then give the possible risk they may cause. Again, list down 3 health hazards in the workplace, then give the possible risk they may cause. You have 1 minute to write your answer on your paper or type your answer on the comment box. Your 1 minute starts now. Very good! You are able to list down hazards and the risks they may cause. Thank you for your active participation. But before we end, allow me to read some questions and clarifications about our lesson. We have a question from Miguel of Victoria National High School. His question is, why is it important to know the different health hazards and risks in the workplace? Thank you, Miguel, for your question. It is important to know the different health hazards and risks in the workplace in order to prevent accidents to happen. Remember, prevention is better than cure. Another question from Agnes of Marawi National High School. Her question is, what is the difference between hazard and risk? Hazard is a thing that might cause an accident, while risk is the possibility of the accident to happen. That is such a knowledge-filled and exciting learning experience with you, class. Thank you for spending your time with us here in RTV Tarlac channel and DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. This Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo is an initiative of the Department of Education, Schools Division of Tarlac Province in order to continue bringing quality education to every Tarlakhenyo. I am Teacher Jericho G. Villamin, your teacher broadcaster from Labnay Integrated School, leaving you with these words, in TLE, we aim for skills, knowledge, and progress.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Saan
saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air, and online, sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Tinatayang 1,000 katao sa silangang bahagi ng Distrito 1 ang natulungan ng Department of Social Welfare and Development Assistance to Individuals Crisis Situation. Ang isinagawang DSWD AICS payout kamakailan ay dahil sa tulong ni Tarlac 1st District Congressman Jaime D. Cuangco. Dahil sa nasabing programa, nabigyan ng tulong pinansyal lamang ito na kanilang maaaring gamitin para sa kanilang mga basic necessities. Patuloy naman ang suporta ni Congressman Jaime D. Cuangco sa mga programang makakatulong para sa mga Tarlakhenyo. Nilagdaan naman kamakailan ang Memorandum of Agreement o MOA sa pagitan ng Tarlac State University, College of Business and Accountancy and the Extension Services Management Office at Local Government of Pura upang palakasin ng partnership para sa community development. Nakasaad sa MOA kung paano magtutulungan ng dalawang partido upang mapabuti ang komunidad ng Pura at itaas ang mga kasanayan ng mga ito sa pamamagitan ng pagtuturo sa kanila kung paano magtatag ng mga negosyo. Bukod dito, ang kasunduan ay nagpapakita ng mga probisyon sa paggamit ng mapagkukunan para sa adaptive community sa pamamagitan ng Project Pura, kung saan ang TSU ay magsasanay at magbibigay ng impormal na edukasyon sa pamamagitan ng mga seminar at serbisyo sa pagsasanay. Idedirekta mga ito sa iba't ibang sektor ng komunidad upang mapaunlad ang kanilang human resources. Ipinahayag naman ni TSU President Dr. Arnold E. Velasco ang kanyang pasasalamat sa LGU Pura at nangako na susuportahan at pananatilihin ang bisyon ng partnership. Samantala, nagpasalamat naman si Pura Vice Mayor Attorney John Paul L. Balmores sa universidad. Aniya, umaasa siyang matutugunan ang pangangailangan ng kanilang bayan at mga nasasakupan sa pamamagitan ng pagtutulungang ito.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Borok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
I am Abigail Domingo Gyam, your teacher broadcaster in Arts Grade 8, streaming live at Victoria Tarlac. Join me for another 25 minutes of fun-filled learning experience. Before we start our today's discussion, make sure that you are in the most comfortable place while tuning in into our live stream and television. Also, make sure that you have a copy of your learning activity sheet in Arts Grade A. Finally, you can write your answer or you may ask questions by typing in the comment section in our live stream on Facebook. Today's discussion is continuation of the lesson about arts and crafts of specific countries in South, West, and Central Asia. To check if you still remember our previous lesson, answer this activity. Are you ready? Let's begin. Question number 1. What is the art of making designs or patterns on the floor or tabletop using finely ground white powder along with different colors? What is your answer? Correct. The answer is Rangoli. Number 2. What do you call the 3-day or 5-day New Year celebration of the Hindus? That is right. The answer is Diwali. Lastly, it is one of the tourist attractions in India. It was built to commemorate the favorite wife of Shah Jahan. You are right. The answer is Taj Mahal. Did you get all 3 correct answers? Very good. I'm glad that you still remember our previous lessons. It seems that you are now ready for our new lesson. Remember our learning task for today. At the end of the lesson, you are expected to identify the different arts in specific countries in South, West, and Central Asia. Number 2, compare and appreciate the similarities, differences, and uniqueness of South, West, and Central Asian art. Now, let's proceed. To check your prior knowledge for this topic, let us now have a short test. This is identification type of test. As different arts and crafts in East Asian country are shown, you need to identify them using the jumbled letters. Write your answer on a separate sheet of paper, or you may type on the comment section of our Facebook live stream. You will be given 5 seconds to answer. Number 1. Let's identify the picture. What do you think this artwork called? Your time starts now. Time is up. Let's reveal the answer. Correct. The answer is henna. Number 2, let's identify the artwork. Let's reveal the answer. This artwork is wood carving. And lastly, what do you call this artwork? Your time starts now. Correct. These are ceramics. Now, are you ready to travel and appreciate the culture, tradition, and arts of specific countries in South, West, and Central Asia? Okay, let's begin. People who inhabited the region of present Uzbekistan are known for making printed cloth, printed tablecloths, curtains, bedspreads, shawls, and various coverlets were utilitarian and served as a daily round ornament as well. Uzbekistan ceramics hold a prominent place among the numerous forms of popular applied arts, and it's considered as the most developed craft of the country. The most famous Uzbekistan ceramic articles are made in Rishtan. It is renowned for the blue glaze ichor. It is natural dye produced from plant ash. Rishtan ceramics is mostly decorated with herbal elements as well as images of kumgans, birds, fishes, elements of architectural adornments. Now let's move to the next country, Kazakhstan. Applied arts in ancient Kazakhstan were part of life's daily routine. Kazakh women are good at needlework and embroidery. You can see that in their yurts, felt products, woolen products, traditional clothes and accessories. Their utility tools and horses' saddles were also decorated using nomadic patterns and design. Kazakhstan's visual arts are relatively young. In ancient times, nomads used to draw on rocks, and today, these petroglyphs can be found throughout Kazakhstan. Petroglyphs are rock carvings made by pecking directly on the rock surface using a stone chisel and a hammerstone. Fine art in Kazakhstan varies in style, direction, and genre. The most captivating work by Kazakhstan artists in different periods can be seen in museums across the country. The National Museum of the Republic of Kazakhstan is the youngest and largest museum in Central Asia. Presently, craftsmen are practicing traditional handicrafts including ceramics, metal chasing and embossing, casting of tin and bronze, stone, bone and wood carving, jewelry making, embroidery, rug and carpet making, weaving, and leatherwork. Now, let's travel to the next country, Tajikistan. Tajiks have been making fabrics, utensils, musical instruments, carpets, furniture, jewelry, and many other things for many centuries. The art of decorative carving is very important for the local residents. Carving is mostly present in architectural monuments, household structures or objects, musical instruments, and souvenirs. You can see their high interest in arts in their monument carving, ancient embroidery, and majestic paintings. Nowadays, alongside with traditional crafts, skilled craftsmen even more often use original mixed technique, and their works become intricate in form. The artists fall outside the customary limits, enriching inner contents of their works, and their art and crafts serve as souvenir which is especially appreciated by the foreign visitors of Central Asia and Tajikistan in particular. Wood carving in Tajikistan is a diverse art and has several types of techniques: relief cutting or clear cut, flat cutting, deep cutting, double-sided cutting, facing or cladding cutting. Large geometric shapes, circles, and other motifs with streamlined shapes, which are trimmed with a roller. Semi-square lines in cross-sections are for border ornamentation. When Islam came, Tajik's carving gradually changed to Arabian inscriptions using images of peoples and animals, while some carvers prefer vegetative, geometrical patterns. In architecture, ornaments in form of lotus, tulips, and other flowers are more common. One of the most famous ornaments of the Tajiks is Hussein. It is a big rectangular Next country we are going to explore is Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan produces some of the most unique and beautiful carpets in the world. Because they are sold internationally under different names, Many people don't realize their source. Carpet weaving is an ancient art, and each tribe developed its own distinctive pattern. Some of these patterns have been found to be duplicated on ceramics from the 3rd and 4th centuries BC. Turkmen carpets have been traditionally woven out of wool, cotton, and silk by women using horizontal looms. This method of weaving has been modernized, but the beauty and the quality of the fabric remains. Turkmenistan is also the source of kiteni, a homespun silk that is used for beautiful dresses worn by Turkmen women on special occasions. The embroidery uses different patterns that are as unique as a family seal, identifying the tribe of its artist. Turkmenistan is also famous to its jewelry. For nomads, jewelry was a way of keeping wealth small and portable, so you could carry it when you went or you were on the move. It also contained clues on the tribe, family, and social status of its wearer. Turkmen jewelry objects were made of silver and traditionally crafted by jewelers and their apprentices from melted silver coins fashioned into rings, bracelets, necklaces, and brooches. Families have traditionally kept much of their wealth in the form of silver jewelry, often hidden somewhere in the house and only brought when women wear it at weddings and other events. Kyrgyzstan is the next country we are going to explore. Kyrgyz women produce a wide range of textiles, mostly from the felt of their sheep. Nowadays, ancient patterns are adapted to the tourist and export market. But it is still a living tradition, and all that yurts and most houses contain handmade carpets or rugs called sherdaks. Sherdaks have traditionally been made in the summer from pieces of felt that has been repeatedly dried and dyed and sewn together with camel hair thread. Patterns are made by cutting away upper layers to reveal different color felt underneath. Common motifs include the ibex horn pattern, plant patterns, and decorative scrollwork. Different regions have different motifs and different patterns. A good shedak can take a group of Kyrgyz women 2 or 3 months to make, but it can last for decades. The best quality ones are handmade. The best shedaks are said to come from the Narin area. Tushkish are large, elaborately embroidered wall hangings, traditionally made in Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan by elder women to commemorate the marriage of a son or daughter. Colors and design are chosen to symbolize Kyrgyz traditions and rural life. Flowers, plants, animals, stylized horns, national designs, and emblems of Kyrgyz life are often found in these ornate and colorful embroideries. Designs are sometimes dated and signed by the artist upon the completion of work, which may take years to finish. The tushkis is hung in the yurt over the marriage bed of the couple and symbolize their pride in their Kyrgyz tradition. After visiting Central Asia, we will now fly to West Asia. Are you ready to explore the arts and crafts? Turquoise color. It is one of the country's most recognizable crafts and dates back up to 400 years, originating from a small village of Istalif. The art of embroidery and fabric handicrafts is rooted in the cultural history of Afghanistan. Some of the best examples are found on the women's traditional attire, as vibrant colored fabric is decorated with all kinds of bold thread work. Carpet weaving has been also part of Afghanistan's cultural heritage for hundreds of years. There is a different pattern woven in different provinces, and each piece has tell its own story. Another art dating back for centuries is Islamic calligraphy. This art uses a special calligraphy pen, verses, or sometimes just words from the Quran. It is written in a beautified script. Islamic calligraphy can be found on a variety of different surfaces, from canvas to ceramics. Bahrain is famous to its unique and artistic handicrafts. You can see the dedication of the artist in creating the traditional chest. It is made of tectona and sisu wood, where craftsmen decorate the external part of the chest with plants and geometric ornaments made by copper pins and yellow copper chips. Baskets woven from palm leaves are also popular in the country, and these products are both highly durable as well as attractive in design. The profusion of palm trees in the country keeps this art flourishing. Along with palm leaves, cloth, and beads, Bahraini craftsmen also specialize in the field of gypsum inscriptions. They prepare gypsum molds and draw minute motifs on them with meticulous care. Let's move to the next country we are going to explore, Azerbaijan. Pottery, one of the oldest and most widespread of the decorative arts, consisting of objects made of clay and hardened with heat. Azerbaijani people have been making pottery for thousands of years. Pottery is known in Azerbaijan since the Bronze Age. Well-equipped pottery workshops were found during excavations in ancient fortresses for the times of Caucasian Albania in the territories of Gabala and Shamkir. More than 20 different types of pottery were made in Azerbaijan. Now, let's discover the arts and crafts in Qatar. Alkus is an ancient weaving technique using palm fronds, entirely dependent on palm leaves secured from different areas around the Gulf. Today, the industry has almost ceased to exist in Qatar. Alkus was used to make baskets, mats, and other products that were used in traditional Qatari households. Traditional hand spinning and weaving, al-sadu is still practiced in Qatar. Traditionally, a female activity. Al-sadu is closely associated with the availability of raw materials such as sheep wool, camel and goat hair, and cotton. The tools used in the spinning and knitting process are called megsal, el-nul, and el-manshaza. Fabric woven using al-sadu techniques features vibrant geometric patterns and often uses colors such as red, black, and white. Henna, a natural reddish-brown dye derived from powdered leaves, has been used by Qatari women for cosmetic purposes for hundreds of years. It is still widely used today to decorate the skin with intricate patterns and designs, especially for occasions such as weddings and Eid celebrations. It is also used to color and braid hair. Next is Lebanon. Agricultural activities in rural Lebanon date back to Phoenician times. That period witnessed the creation of baskets to facilitate harvesting crops. Baskets were produced from the raw materials available in the country, including reed, grass, and palm leaves. Rustic baskets were used to carry figs, olives, and fruits during harvesting seasons. For centuries, rural communities were keen to weave baskets and sustain the handicraft for many generations as part of their living heritage. Just like the other country in Asia, the Lebanese women are very dedicated to weaving. Knoll weaving also dates back to the Phoenicians. Knoll is an old machine used to produce fabrics such as carpets, tablecloths, small silk bags, jackets and abayas, or traditional ceremonial clothes. A living domestic handicraft, embroidery had a major role in facilitating women's lives, particularly wedding occasions. Lebanese are also famous because of their handmade soap. They kept and treasured the procedure and formula in making it. Natural soap bars made with olive oil are produced in cities from the north to the south of Lebanon. Handmade soaps is one of the oldest crafts of Lebanon. Glass blowing is a glass forming technique that involves inflating molten glass into a bubble or parison with the aid of blowpipe or blowtube. A person who blows glass is called a glass blower, glassmith, or gaffer. Glass blowing was invented by the Syrian craftsmen in 1st century BC. Class, are you still enjoying our exploration of arts and crafts of Central and West Asia? Okay, very good. Now, let's have an assessment to your learning for today's lesson. You can write your answer on the chat box or on a clean sheet of paper and send it to your MAPE teacher. Are you ready? Let's begin. Question number 1. What is the most famous ceramics in Uzbekistan? Number 2. What do you call the art of rock carving made by directly pecking in the rock surface? Number 3. It is the homespun of silk that is used for making beautiful dresses worn by Turkmen women. Number 4. Where can you find the best sherdaks? And number 5. What is the name of the ancient weaving technique in Qatar? Okay then, let's check your answers. For number 1, Rishtan. It is the most famous ceramics in Uzbekistan. Number 2, petroglyphs, the art of rock carving made directly pecking on the surface of the rock. Number 3, keteni, the beautiful dress of Turkmen women. Number 4, Narin area, where you can find the best sherdaks. And number 5, Alkus, the name of ancient weaving technique in Qatar. Congratulations! You did great on your assessment. I hope all of you had a great time and enjoyed our lesson. Always remember, a world without art is a world without hopes and dreams. That's all for today. Once again, I am Ma'am Abigail, your Arts Grade 8 Anchor teacher. Until next time, happy listening and have a great day.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DY DYRB 540. Cebu, DYRL 1035. Bacolod, DYRL 1134. Dumaguete, DXCO 1044. Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765. General Santos, DXOC 1494. Ozamis, DXOW 981. Davao at Radio Pilipino Podcast Center, Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radio Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air, and online, sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo, Radio Pilipino. Radio Pilipino.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing, we are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud, I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gakutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Good day, viewers, especially to our grade 9 learners. You are tuned in to our radio station committed to serve quality education at the comfort of your homes. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Streaming live also via Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. You can also watch us via Converge Cable TV Channel 100. Broadcasting live here in Bamban Tarlac via remote live broadcast. This is teacher Jennifer C. Tolentino, your English 9 teacher broadcaster for this episode. To our dear listeners out there, I hope you are all having a lovely day because for the next 25 minutes, we will all be learning and unlocking new knowledge and information that will surely be helpful to you. Are you ready for today's lesson? I'm sure you are. I'm excited to share with you our last lesson for Quarter 3 MELC 2, which is about determining the relevance and the truthfulness of ideas presented in the material viewed, focusing on the truthfulness of information in the material viewed. So without further ado, grab your learning activity sheet, activity notebook, and pen, then please be on your most comfortable seat, and let's get this session started. But before we continue with today's lesson, let us have a short recap of your learnings on the previous discussion. Last Tuesday, Teacher Jacqueline Tamayo discussed the second lesson of Quarter 3 MELC 2, and we learned that theme is the central underlying and controlling idea or insight of a work of literature. It is the idea the writer wishes to convey about the subject, the writer's view of the world, or a revelation about human nature. With that, I want you to determine the themes of the quotes in the following slides. Choose your answer from the options inside the box. Write the letter of your answers on your activity notebook, or you may comment your answers here in our live broadcast. Are you ready? Let's start. Number 1. Affection is when you see someone's strength. Love is when you accept someone's flaws. From One Day in 2011. Is it A, love, B, ambition, C, courage, D, hope, or E, friendship? The answer is letter A, love. When we see someone's strength, there is only affection. But when we accept someone's flaws, that is love. Did you get it correctly? Very good. Let's try number 2. There should be no boundaries to human endeavor. We are all different. However bad life may seem, there is always something you can do and succeed at. While there's life, there's hope, said Stephen Hawking from The Theory of Everything. What is the theme of that quote? Is it A, love, B, ambition, C, courage, D, hope, or E, friendship? What is your answer? The answer is letter D, hope. Just like what we always say, habang may buhay, may pag-asa. However bad life may seem, there is always something we can do and succeed at. Did you get it correctly? Awesome! Let's try the next one. Number 3. All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them, said Walt Disney. Is it A, love, B, ambition, C, courage, D, hope, or E, friendship? The answer is letter C, courage. All our dreams can come true, but we need to have courage or be courageous to pursue them. We need to get out of our comfort zones. Did you get it correctly? Amazing! So how did you perform? Did you get them all? That's great. I think you are now ready for today's lesson. For this episode, we will be discussing the last lesson of Quarter 3 MELC 2, and you are expected to, first, determine fake news, and second, distinguish the three forms of fake news. To start with, let us watch this short video clip. Then after watching, let us answer the three given questions. Watch VTR.
Hey, do you know that Aviana is being bullied on Facebook? Really? That's too harsh. Yeah, right. But you know, I don't like her that much either. Maybe she deserves it. How could you say that? Nobody deserves to be bullied. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but bullying is actually a criminal offense punishable by law. Huh? Really now? What kind of punishment are you talking about? Well, I have just read an article about it last night. I remember it says on the Anti-Bullying Act of 2013, Section 2, that those who publicly dishonor or spread malicious rumors to someone may face a libel case. Oh, that sounds very serious. Can you tell me more about libel? I'm sure I've heard it somewhere before. Sure. Libel is a published false statement that is damaging to a person's reputation. When someone posts in Facebook that someone is a thief, although he is not, that person who posted about it may be sued for online libel. Thanks for this vital information. I may need to do something very urgent. Bye.
What issue is presented in the conversation? That's right. The two friends are talking about the issue of online bullying. How about number 2? Is the issue presented relevant in our current times? Do you think it is truthful? Good job! Yes, the issue of online bullying is truly relevant in this day and age. You may have known someone who is being bullied in social media, or you may have read about the libel cases. Well, that also make the issue truthful. And last number, 3. In your opinion, what makes an idea truthful? I would like you to hold your thoughts on that as we proceed on our next activity. Let's have a matching type test to check your vocabulary. I want you to match the unfamiliar words under column A to the given meanings under column B. Are you ready? Let's start. As I read, I want you to start answering. So under column A, we have number 1, malinformation. Number 2, truthfulness. Number 3, disinformation. Number 4, fake news. And last, number 5, misinformation. We have your choices under column B. For letter A, information that is false and intentionally created to harm a person, social group, organization, or country. For letter B, information that is based on reality and is used to inflict harm on a person, social group, organization, or country. Letter C is considered as an information disorder. For letter D is the quality of being honest and not containing any lies. And for letter E, information that is false but not created with the intention of causing harm. You have 10 seconds to answer that activity. Ten seconds is up. Let's see how you did. Let's check your answers. The correct answer for number 1 is letter B. For number 2, it's D. For number 3, it's A. And letter C for number 4. And last number 5 is E. So how well did you perform? Did you get them all? That's awesome. If not, don't worry, that's okay. We still have some activities for you. Now, I want you to watch another video. This time, it is a short infographic video. Watch VTR.
Stand by, ma'am.
The informational video you just watched supports the idea that we are indeed in the age of data. Every day, we are exposed to unlimited amount of information, most of which we don't really need. And here's the thing, most of what we see first in our notifications are fake news. Usually, we do not have the time to verify the information. And when we share this to our newsfeed, we end up spreading false information or fake news. But then, what is fake news? According to UNESCO in 2018, in Fake News and Disinformation, a handbook for journalism, education, and training, fake news is considered as an information disorder. And it comes in 3 forms. First is misinformation. Second is disinformation. And the last, malinformation. Let's discuss them one by one. Let's start with misinformation. Misinformation is information that is false but not created with the intention of causing harm. The spread of misinformation happens often in our everyday lives. We, human beings, are not perfect. We can all make mistakes. We all forget things. We mishear or misremember details. We tell our friends something we heard on TV or saw on social media that wasn't really true. If you are spreading around information that is wrong, but you do not know it is wrong, then you are, well, technically spreading misinformation. And when we say misinformation is an everyday thing, we mean it. For example, say a party starts at 8 p.m., but you forget or misread the invitation and tell your friends it starts at 9 p.m. You are supplying them with misinformation. Another example is the belief that if you drink paracetamol 3 times a day, together with lemongrass juice, can develop antibodies that can fight COVID-19. Because there is no study that can prove that this concoction is effective. But don't fear, we're not calling the police. The key here is that you unwittingly spread false information around. You didn't mean to, or even might have thought the information was true. Second form of fake news is disinformation. Disinformation is information that is false and intentionally created to harm a person, social group, organization, or country. Let's go back to earlier example. Now, if you know a party starts at 8 p.m., but you tell your opponent or rival it starts at 9 p.m. because you want them to look foolish, you are supplying them with disinformation. When you spread wrong information on purpose with intent to deceive or mislead, that's disinformation. Another example is a post that says Willie Revillame has passed away. We know that it is fake news because Willie Revillame is still alive. It is considered as disinformation because this fake news created harm to the family and supporters of Willie Revillame. And the last form of fake news is malinformation. Malinformation is information that is based on reality and it is used to inflict harm on a person, social group, organization, or country. An example of malinformation is a picture of Prince William who seemed to be rude in this angle. But in the other angle or perspective, he is doing the number 3 sign with his fingers. The picture is based on reality but used by other people to make the person look bad. With so many media messages reaching our perception every day, we should protect ourselves and others from fake news by taking the steps found in the infographic by the International Federation of Library Association and Institutions, or IFLAs. How to spot fake news. Number 1. Consider the source. Click away the story to investigate the site, its mission, and its contact info. Number 2. Read beyond. Headlines can be outrageous in an effect to get clicks. What's the whole story? Number 3. Check the author. Do a quick search on the author. Are they credible? Are they real? Number 4. Supporting sources. Click on those links. Determine if the info given actually supports the story. Number 5. Check the date. Reposting old news stories doesn't mean they are relevant to current events. Number 6. Is it a joke? If it is too outlandish, it might be satire. Research the site and the author to be sure. Number 7. Check your biases. Consider if your own belief could affect your judgment. And last one, number 8, ask the experts. ask a librarian, or consult a fact-checking site. So how was it? I hope you understood the 3 forms of fake news and how to spot fake news. Now, let's have our activity 4. I want you to identify the forms of the following fake news, whether they are misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation. Are you ready? Let's have number 1. Is it misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation? If you answered misinformation, you are correct. Very good. Because according to Dr. Francis Vicente Ras, head of the Social and Advocacy and Training Division of the Philippine Institute of Traditional and Alternative Health Care, they are not aware of any study conducted that the mixture is effective for the symptoms of cough and the common cold. While Dr. Cecilia Maramba Lazarte, Director of the Institute of Herbal Medicine under the National Institutes of Health at the University of the Philippines, Manila, said she would not recommend this concoction because of its high sugar content. How about number 2? Is it misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation? The correct answer is disinformation. This fake news that Chris Aquino passed away harmed her family and supporters. Let's have number 3. Is it misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation? If you say it is another disinformation, you are awesome. This image meant to provoke fear and feeds narrative of violent young men, and there is no such entity as the Crime Statistic Bureau. How about number 4? Is it misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation? What is your answer? The answer is misinformation. Good job! Classes will not be suspended if there is no valid reason. Strong prayers of all students will not be a valid reason for the government or school admin to cancel classes. And last number, 5. That is Nancy Pelosi, an American politician who seemed to be drunk in this post. Is it misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation? If you answered malinformation, you are totally correct. The video of Nancy Pelosi was slowed for her to appear drunk. And that's it for our activity 4. How well did you do? Did you get them all correctly? Very good. You are totally awesome. Now, to apply what you have learned in this session, I want you to compile at least 10 pictures or screenshots showing fake news. Then label them whether they are misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation. That will serve as your performance task for this lesson. To sum up our discussion for today, we should always give truthful information. We should always base our information on facts, pieces of evidence that are ethically and professionally obtained, put in context, and verified. Truthfulness, or the quality of being honest and not containing any lies, according to Cambridge Dictionary, should always be our foundation of all our virtues. With that, I hope you learned a lot and enjoyed our episode this afternoon. Don't forget to wash and sanitize your hands, wear mask if you will go outside your homes, and observe social distance. And also, to tune in to DCTC 828 Aral TarlakHenyo and watch us live on Facebook from Monday to Friday, 8 in the morning till 5:30 in the afternoon. This has been Teacher Jennifer C. Tolentino from San Roque National High School, your English 9 teacher broadcaster for today. Enjoy the rest of the day!
Alam niyo ba na ang first Filipino Olympic medalist ay si Teofilo Ildefonso? Siya ang kauna-unahang Pinoy at Southeast Asian na nakasungkit ng Olympic medal sa swimming division. Tungong Pidig, Ilocos Norte, nagsimula siyang sumali sa mga paligsahan noong 1921 at nakaipon ng halos 100 medals. Noong World War II, nakipaglaban din siya sa mga Hapon at nakaligtas sa Bataan Death March. Ngunit binawian siya ng buhay sa Capas Concentration Camp at hindi na muli natagpuan ang mga labi nito. Alam niyo na, yan ang first Filipino Olympic medalist.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Poro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Capas Tarlac.
ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at ng DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw mga kabataang TarlakHenyo. Narito na naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi upang maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kumusta kayo mga ginigilo kong mag-aaral mula sa ikasyam na baitang? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9 para sa araw na ito, Binibining Regel Ann P. Jaos, magtuturo sa inyo via live broadcasting mula dito sa bayan ng Capas Tarlac. Sasamahan at gagabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin sa pagpapatuloy ng ating paksa, ang pambansang kita. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, ay narito ang iilan sa mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at napakikinggan ang ating broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmerienda ka na ba? Mabuti naman dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang inyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa araw na ito. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong module o learner's material sa Araling Panlipunan para sa ikatlong linggo ng ikatlong markahan. Ito ay ang Module 2 na may pamagat na pamamaraan at kahalagahan ng pagsukat ng pambansang kita. Ihanda na rin ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ninyo ang mga mahahalagang impormasyon na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ngayong araw ay patungkol sa tatlong pamamaraan ng National Income Accounting o mga pamamaraan sa pagsukat ng Gross National Income o GNI o kilala rin sa tawag na Gross National Product. Uulitin ko, ang ating paksang aralin para sa araw na ito ay patungkol sa tatlong pamamaraan ng National Income Accounting o mga pamamaraan sa pagsukat ng Gross National Income o GNI o kilala rin sa tawag na Gross National Product. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakaraang episode. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Magaling! Sa nakaraang episode ay tinalakay natin ang kahalagahan ng pambansang kita o pagsukat ng pambansang kita, ang Gross National Income o GNI at ang Gross Domestic Product. Ang kahalagahan ng pagsukat ng pambansang kita o national income ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, nagbibigay ito ng ideya tungkol sa antas ng produksyon ng ekonomiya. Ikalawa, masusubaybayan natin ang direksyon na tinatahak ng ating ekonomiya. Ikatlo, nagiging gabay ito sa pagpaplano o pagbuo ng pulisiya at patakaran ng mga ekonomista sa pagpapabuti ng pamumuhay ng mga mamamayan. Ika-4, sa pamamagitan nito, maaaring masukat ang kalusugan o kalagayan ng isang ekonomiya. Ang Gross National Income o GNI o Gross National Product o GNP ay tumutukoy sa kabuuang pampamilihang halaga ng produkto at serbisyo na nagawa ng mga mamamayan ng isang bansa saang panig man sila ng mundo. Ang GNI o GNP ay tumutukoy sa kabuuang pampamilihang halaga ng produkto at serbisyo na nagawa ng mga mamamayan ng isang bansa saang panig man sila ng mundo. Samantala, ang Gross Domestic Product o GDP ay sumusukat sa kabuuang pampamilihang halaga ng lahat ng tapos na produkto at serbisyo, maging ito ay pagmamay-ari ng mga dayuhan na matatagpuan sa loob ng bansa. Uulitin ko, ang Gross Domestic Product ay sumusukat sa kabuuang pampamilihang halaga ng lahat ng tapos na produkto at serbisyo, maging ito ay pagmamay-ari ng mga dayuhan na matatagpuan sa loob ng bansa. At ngayon, sa palagay ko ay handa ka na sa ating bagong paksa para sa araw na ito. Inaasahan na sa pagtatapos ng aralin na ito ay inyong nasusuri na ang pambansang kita sa pamamagitan ng Gross National Product o GNP at Gross Domestic Product o GDP bilang panukat ng kakayahan ng isang ekonomiya ng isang bansa. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ika-9 na baitang na nanonood o nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may mga katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. I-type lamang po ang facebook.com/rehelia.ana. Tumawag o mag-text sa numerong 0977-425-0552. Sa puntong ito, tayo ay magsisimula na sa ating paksang aralin. Atin nang alamin ang mga pamamaraan sa pagsukat ng Gross National Income o GNI. Una na riyan, ang paraan batay sa paggasta o expenditure approach. Una ay ang paraan batay sa paggasta o expenditure approach. Tandaan na ang pambansang ekonomiya ay binubuo ng 4 na sektor. Una, ang sambahayan. Ikalawa ay ang bahay kalakal. Ikatlo ay ang pamahalaan. At ang huli o ika-4 ay ang panlabas na sektor. Ang pinagkakagastusan ng bawat sektor ay ang mga sumusunod. Una ay ang gastusing personal. Nakapaloob dito ang mga gastos ng mamamayan tulad ng pagkain, damit, paglilibang, serbisyo ng manggugupit ng buhok at iba pa. Lahat ng personal na gastusin ng mga mamamayan ay kasama rito. Pangalawa ay ang gastusin ng mga namumuhunan. Kabilang dito ang mga gastos ng mga bahay kalakal tulad ng mga gamit sa opisina, hilaw na materyales para sa produksyon, sahod ng mga manggagawa, at iba pa. Pangatlo ay ang gastusin ng pamahalaan. Kasama rito ang mga gastusin ng pamahalaan sa pagsasagawa ng mga proyektong panlipunan at iba pang gastusin nito. Pang-apat ay ang gastusin ng panlabas na sektor. Makukuha ito kung ibabawas ang niluluwas o export sa inaangkat o import. Panglima ay ang statistical discrepancy. Ito naman ay ang anumang kakulangan o kalabisan sa pagkwenta na hindi malaman kung saan ibibilang. Ito ay nagaganap o nangyayari sapagkat may mga transaksyong hindi sapat ang mapagkukunan ng datos o impormasyon. Pang-anim ay ang Net Factor Income from Abroad o NFIFA, at ito din ay tinatawag na Net Primary Income. Makukuha ito kapag ibinawas ang gastos ng mga mamamayang nasa ibang bansa sa gastos ng mga dayuhang nasa loob ng bansa. Sa isang pamamaraan ng gastusin, ang formula ay GNI o Gross National Income is equal to C plus I plus G plus X minus M plus SD plus NFIFA. Halimbawa, kung ang gastusing personal o kumakatawan sa titik C ay may 130 million pesos plus ang gastusin ng namumuhunan o may simbolo na titik I ay may 30 million pesos plus gastusin ng pamahalaan na letrang G na may 24 million pesos. Pagkatapos ay ipa-plus natin ang makukuha mula sa export o X na may 25 million pesos minus import o M na may 10 million pesos plus statistical discrepancy o SD na 3 million pesos plus net factor income from abroad o NFIFA na 60 million pesos, makukuha natin ang kabuuang gross national income o GNI na 262 million pesos. Ikalawang pamamaraan ay ang tinatawag nating paraan batay sa pinagmulang industriya o industrial origin or value-added approach. Uulitin ko, ang paraan batay sa pinagmulang industriya o industrial origin or value-added approach. Sa paraang ito, kinukwenta ang lahat ng naiaambag ng bawat industriya sa ating bansa. Ang anumang kontribusyon sa pagbuo at paglikha ng mga produkto at serbisyo ng bawat sektor ay siyang kumakatawan sa halaga ng produkto. At kapag pinagsama-samang lahat ang halaga ng mga produkto, makukuha ang kabuuang produksyon sa loob ng bansa o Gross Domestic Product o GDP. Ang tinutukoy natin dito na sektor ng ekonomiya ay ang agrikultura o agriculture, kasama ang pangingisda at paggugubat, industriya o industry, at paglilingkod o service. Sa kabilang banda, Kung isasama ang net factor income from abroad, masusukat natin ang gross national income. Halimbawa, kung ang agrikultura o sektor ng agrikultura ay may kabuuang 60 million pesos plus kabuuang industriya ng bansa na may 80 million pesos plus kabuuang serbisyo na may 53 million pesos, makukuha natin ang GDP o Gross Domestic Product na 193 million pesos. Kung isasama pa natin ang NFIFA na may 10 million pesos, makukuha natin ang kabuuang gross national income na 203 million pesos. Ikatlo ay ang paraan batay sa kita o income approach. Uulitin ko, ang ikatlo ay ang paraan batay sa kita or income approach. Ang bawat salik ng produksyon ay may tinatanggap na kabayaran na nagsisilbing kita ng bawat salik. Kapag ang mga ito ay pinagsama-sama, nakukuha ang pambansang kita o national income ng bansa. Ang mga kabilang sa national income o NI ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, ang kabayaran o kita ng mga empleyado at manggagawa. Una ay ang kabayaran o kita ng mga empleyado at manggagawa o KEM. Ito ay tumutukoy sa sahod na ibinabayad sa sambahayan mula sa mga bahay kalakal at pamahalaan. Ikalawa ay ang kita ng entrepreneur at mga ari-arian. Ang kita ng entrepreneur at mga ari-arian o KEA. Ito ang kabayaran na tinatanggap ng mga tao na hindi matatawag na sahod o sweldo. Ito ay kita ng isang entrepreneur bilang salik ng produksyon. Dito rin nabibilang ang mga dibidendo na kabayaran sa ari-arian. Ang kita ng entrepreneur sa kanyang negosyo ay tinatawag na proprietor's income. Ikatlo ay ang kita ng kumpanya o korporasyon. Ang kita ng kumpanya o korporasyon o KK. Ang kita na tinatanggap ng korporasyon at pondo na inilalaan upang palawakin pa ang negosyo. Ikaapat ay ang kita ng pamahalaan. Ang kita ng pamahalaan o KP. Ito naman ay ang lahat ng kita na tinanggap ng pamahalaan tulad ng buwis, mga kinita ng korporasyon ng pag-aari ng gobyerno at mga interes sa pagpapautang ng pamahalaan. Ikalima ay ang Capital Consumption Allowance. Uulitin ko, ang Capital Consumption Allowances o CCA. Tinatawag na depresyong pondo na inilalaan para sa pagbili ng bagong makina o gusali kung ang mga ito ay unti-unting nasisira at naluluma. Ika-anim ay ang Indirect Business Tax o IBT. Ang Indirect Business Tax o IBT. Hindi tuwirang buwis na ipinapataw sa mga produkto o serbisyo na nilikha matapos ibawas ang anumang subsidy na ibinigay ng pamahalaan. Sa isang pamamaraan ng kita, ang formula ay national income equals KEM plus KEA plus KK plus KP. At sa pagkuha naman ng gross national income, ito naman ang magiging formula. GNI is equal to NI plus CCA plus IBT. Halimbawa, kung ang KEM ay may 150 million pesos plus KEA na 60 million pesos plus KK na may 15 million pesos plus KP na may 25 million pesos, makukuha natin ang national income na kabuuang 250 million pesos. Kung idadagdag pa natin ang CCA na may 12 million pesos at IBT na 5 million pesos, makukuha natin ang kabuuang gross national income na 267 million pesos. Natalakay natin ang mga pamamaraan sa pagsukat ng pambansang kita. Para sa gawain ninyo ngayong hapon, kumuha ng isang malinis na papel, ballpen at maaari ring gumamit ng calculator. Handa na ba kayo? Kung ang lahat ay handa na, simulan na natin ang ating pagsusulit. Ang panuto, gamit ang mga formula na ating napag-aralan, sagutin ang mga sumusunod. Isulat sa inyong sagutang papel. Narito ang ating mga given at aking ipa-flash ito sa screen. Paraan batay sa paggasta, C is equal to 120 million pesos, G 60 million pesos, I 80 million pesos, X 90 million pesos, M 45 million pesos, SD 0 at NFIFA 4 million pesos. At para naman sa paraan batay sa pinagmulang industriya, agrikultura, merong 60 million pesos, ang industriya, 40 million pesos, serbisyo, 35 million pesos, at ang NFIFA may 10 million pesos. At para naman sa paraan batay sa kita, meron tayo ditong given na KEM na may 100 million pesos, KEA na may 50 million pesos, KK na may 15 million pesos, KP na may 25 million pesos, IBT na may 5 million pesos, at CCA na may 12 million pesos. Ang ating pagsusulit ay makikita din sa inyong module na Quarter 3, Module number 2, ang pamamaraan at kahalagahan ng pagsukat ng pambansang kita. Sa susunod na aralin ay ating tatalakayin ang konsepto, dahilan, epekto at pagtugon sa inflasyon. Ngunit bago yon, siguraduhin munang tapusin ang ibinigay na gawain para sa araw na ito. Maaari ninyong kunan ng larawan ang inyong gawain sa pamamagitan ng inyong cellphone at isend ito sa Facebook Messenger ng inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan. At para naman sa mga walang access sa internet, maaaring ipasa ang inyong ginawang activity sa inyong barangay hall sa itatakdang pagsasauli at pagkuha ng module. Isang paalala lamang, ang inyong magulang o guardian ang maaaring magtungo sa inyong barangay hall at sila rin ay inaasahang sumunod sa ating mga health protocols, gaya na lamang ng pagsusuot ng face mask, paghuhugas ng kamay at physical distancing. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Binibining Regialand P. Jaos, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral sa Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli!
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino sa saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air, and online, sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Inilunsad kamakailan ng kauna-unahang Tactical Survival and Arms Expo ng Arms Corps Global Defense Inc. sa Bulwagang Kanlahi, Diwa ng Tarlac. Ang Arms Corps Global Defense Inc. ay ang oldest at largest firearms and ammunition manufacturer sa Pilipinas. Ang isinagawang expo ay nagkaroon ng formal opening at ribbon cutting. Dumalo naman sa nasabing aktibidad si Tarlac Province Governor Susan A. Yap, Tarlac 2nd District Congressman Christian A. Yap, Provincial Director Police Colonel Erwin O. Sangke at iba pang mga respetadong individual. Sa mensahe ni Governor Susan Yap, sinabi nito na ang Tarlac ang pinakaunang Northern Luzon venue ng nasabing expo.
Maraming salamat to the Executive Senior Vice President of Arms Corps. Matagal ko ng kaibigan, Ms. Gina Anangco, and of course to Cristina Tuason Gonzalez who's here. Lahat po ng mga representatives ng ating kapulisan and military are here to support the first expo out of Manila, north of Luzon. Here, maraming salamat po. This expo will not only expose us to self-protection and ammunition, guns, but also to life-preserving activities. Kausapin po natin yung mga naka-expo who joined us today to learn about life-saving skills. We have to be self-prepared, mga pamilya po natin, ang komunidad natin. In fact, we're building our reservists here. We have allocated funds to train 500 reservists this year just to be able to mobilize pagdating po ng sakuna. That's how dedicated Tarlac is to be prepared in times, wag naman war, in times of disasters and emergencies.
Sa mensahe naman ni LTC Gina Marie G. Angko, Senior Executive Vice President at Deputy CEO ng Arms Corps Global Defense Inc., sinabi nito na sa kahit anong klase ng sakuna, man-made or natural, preparedness is the key.
We see that whether a disaster is man-made or natural, preparedness is the key. We aim to educate the Filipinos on how to prepare, what to prepare, how much to prepare for example, how much water do you need per person to store, how many days of food you need before help can arrive. And at the same time, in the text, we showcase the capabilities of our rescuers so that you can be assured that as long as you're prepared in your own little way, help will come very soon.
Matatagpuan naman sa Expo ang iba't ibang mga produkto ng Tactical Survival and Arms exhibitors. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience, serving you with the different skills, learn and have fun together.
Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, and on RTV Tarlac FB Live. Also seen live via Channel 100 of Converge TV. I am grateful that you are here with me today, listening and willing to learn, especially Cookery Grade 9 students. This is Teacher Marjorie F. Carillo, your teacher broadcaster, broadcasting live from O'Donnell High School, Capas, Tarlac. I will be with you within the next 20 to 25 minutes, so please stay focused and enjoy this day while learning. As a start, I want you to listen carefully and attentively. Prepare your learning materials and find a comfortable place to study, away from any form of distraction. And of course, don't forget your pen and paper for answering or for note-taking. Let's have a short review first to check if you can still recall our previous topic. Last meeting, we discussed the different types of sandwiches. What are these different types of sandwiches? Identify the picture of the different types of sandwiches. Are you ready? You can type your answer in the chat box or write your answer on a piece of paper. Here is the first picture. What do you think of this type of sandwich? They are made with more than 2 slices of bread and with several ingredients in the filling. That is correct. The answer is multi-decker sandwich. Examples of these sandwiches are the clubhouse sandwich. Now, for the second picture, it is also called a toasted sandwich. That is right. It is grilled sandwich. Very good, learners. These are simple sandwiches that are buttered on the outside and browned on the middle. For the third picture, it consists of hot fillings, usually meat but sometimes fish, grilled vegetables or other hot items between 2 slices of bread. Very good. The answer is regular hot sandwich. It can also contain items that are not hot, such as a slice of tomato or an onion. For the next picture, this is a sandwich consisting of a single bread with savory toppings. Yes, the answer is open-faced sandwich. The fillings are arranged and garnished attractively. And now for our last picture, these are made of bread cut lengthwise, about 3/8 inch thick. Excellent. You are correct. The answer is pinwheel sandwich. So, those are the different types of sandwiches. So well done, my dear learners. I'm so glad that you can still remember our previous lesson. Are you ready to move on with our next lesson? This lesson is taken from the Most Essential Learning Competencies in Technology and Livelihood Education in Cookery, being taught from grade 9, third quarter, week 3, with learning outcome number 2. Identify the types of bread. Before we start with our lesson, let me enumerate the lesson objectives. First, identify the types of bread used in making sandwiches. Second objective is to show sandwiches using different types of bread. And for our third objective is to value the importance of bread in making sandwiches. Now that you know our lesson objectives, I want you to listen carefully and attentively as we go on with our discussion. Are you ready for today's topic? That's great! Let's begin. Our topic for today is about the types of bread. Again, for today's lesson, we will be talking about the types of bread. But first, let me explain what is a bread. Bread is a staple food prepared by cooking a dough of flour and water, and often additional ingredients. It is also the important component of a sandwich. It is the part in which the ingredients are being placed. What are the types of bread used in making sandwich? Yes, we have yeast bread, buns and rolls, flat bread, wraps, and quick bread. Now, we will discuss the types of bread one by one. The first type of bread is yeast bread. What is a yeast bread? It is a commonly used bread for sandwiches. Example is the loaf bread. There are three types of yeast bread that we always use every time we make our own sandwich. To be aware of the different types of yeast bread, let's see how they differ from one another. These are the different types of yeast bread. We have white bread, whole wheat bread, and the rye bread. First on the list is the white bread. This type of bread is the most versatile type of bread, where different flavors of moistening agent and fillings easily blend. These are long rectangular shapes cut into small slices. This is the most common bread that we usually buy at the supermarkets and stores. Examples of sandwiches that we can make in this type of bread are the ham and cheese decker sandwich, egg sandwich, grilled sandwich, and many more. Another type of yeast bread is the whole wheat bread. It is a classic bread which is more nutritious than regular white bread. As you can see in the image, it is nutritionally superior to white bread, tastes better, and has more interesting textures. It's slightly more compact and brownish in color. And it is made from flour that was almost the entire wheat grain with the bran and germ intact. This means more nutrients and fiber and is great for sandwiches. Example of the sandwich can be regular cold sandwich, like clubhouse sandwich, or it can be a hot sandwich like whole wheat bread vegetable toast sandwich. Another type is the rye bread. This type of bread tastes stronger than the two first bread. It is heavy and hearty flavored bread that goes well with so many types of meat and condiments. So, it is better than the two bread. And a rye bread has been linked to many potential health benefits, including better blood sugar control, improved heart, and digestive health. Examples of sandwiches that blend with this type of bread can be hot or cold sandwich, like prevent pastrami with rye bread, tuna sandwich with rye bread, and others. The second type of bread is the buns and rolls. There are two types of buns and rolls. We have the sandwich rolls and the French and Italian bread. The sandwich rolls are types of bread used for hamburger buns and hot dog rolls. They are usually soft types with different shapes and sizes and texture. It can be used in making sandwiches like hamburgers and hot dog sandwich. The next type is the French and Italian bread that works well with grilled sandwiches. It includes sourdough and ciabatta. A ciabatta is an Italian bread made with wheat flour, salt, yeast, and water. It is best for sandwiches, while sourdough is a yeasted bread made from a starter. It is a fermented mixture of flour and water. And, in fact, it can be kept for a long time. It has a substantial crust with a soft, chewy center and large bubbles. Now that you know the two types of bread, you can now easily identify and distinguish each bread. Now, let's continue with the other types of bread. We have the flat bread. The flat bread is a flattened and leavened bread. It is being cooked at a high temperature. Flat bread has four types, namely pita bread, focaccia, lavash, and the tortillas. What is a pita bread? Are you familiar with a pita bread? This type of bread comes in both white and whole wheat. As the flat bread bakes, it pops up, forming a pocket that is perfect for stuffing. Pita bread originates in the Middle East. It is leavened flatbread made of wheat flour. They are cooked at high temperature, causing the liquid of dough to escape. This forms a large air bubble in the center, which becomes a pocket when cut in half. It is also perfect for dipping when cut into wedges. An example of sandwiches is the famous shawarma sandwich. The next type is the focaccia bread. This type of bread is a flat Italian bread and a cousin of pizza, but thicker. It is rich in olive oil and can be sold whole and cut into squares, split, and filled. Again, it is an Italian bread typically baked flat in the baking pan. The dough is similar to pizza dough, and it is sometimes flavored with fresh herbs and garlic. It is often coated with olive oil for a distinctly delicate yet crunchy crust. That is best for dipping a soup or served with meat and cheese. Now, let's proceed with the next type of flatbread. It is the lavash bread. The lavash bread is perfect for pinwheel sandwich. They are usually small and rectangular in shape that is softened in water. Examples are the pinwheel sandwiches. The last type of flatbread is the tortillas. This type of flatbread is preferably used for quesadillas and burritos. It is baked on a hot stove, ranging at 6 to 14 inches. Example of this type of sandwich is the Cuban sandwich burrito or the popular quesadillas in town. The next type of bread is the wraps. What is a wrap bread? This type of bread is very thin. It is a flat bread that is used for sandwich wraps, burritos, and tacos. And the types of wrap bread are the tortillas and the sandwich wraps. Tortillas are also a wrap bread. They are unleavened round cornmeal bread, baked on a hot stone. Also a flat bread. Example of this type are filled rolls that are served with dips like quesadillas and burritos. The next type of wrap is the sandwich wraps. It is either whole wheat or spinach flavored wraps. These are filled with fillings like Mexican burritos or in a similar flat bread. They may be served whole or cut in half if large. The last but not the least type of bread is the quick bread. is a quick bread? This type of bread, usually sweet and raised by chemical action of baking powder or baking soda. Examples of quick bread are biscuits, banana bread, carrot bread. They are generally more tender than the yeast bread, and they are used for sweeter tasting sandwiches and best for tea sandwiches. Now that you learned the types of bread used in making sandwiches, let me show you the different sandwiches being made through these breads. For white bread, you can make a clubhouse sandwich. For the whole wheat bread, you can make a veggie sandwich. And for the rye bread, you can make a Reuben pastrami sandwich. The next picture are those sandwiches made in buns and rolls. We have hamburger sandwich and hot dog sandwich. Again, these pictures are under buns and rolls. These are smoked chicken and with cheese ciabatta sandwich and sourdough ham sandwich. For the next picture are the types of a flatbread. We have the chicken shawarma stuffed pita and chicken pesto focaccia sandwich. Can you identify the next picture? Very good. This is also a type of a flatbread. We have lavash packets with cheese sandwich and toasted tortilla wraps. The next picture is a type of bread made of wraps. These are chicken sandwich wraps and the BLT tortilla wraps. I will show you the last but not the least type of bread. This is the wheat bread. Most of us love eating this kind of bread because it is delicious. Examples are carrot bread and the banana bread. Thank you for listening attentively, my dear learners. Let's have a quick recap of what we have discussed. What is a bread? Bread is a staple food prepared by cooking a dough of flour and water and often with additional ingredients. Next is, what are the different types of bread? The different types of bread are the yeast bread, buns and rolls, flatbreads, wraps, and the quick breads. The next question is, why is bread important in making sandwiches? The answer is, the bread is important in making sandwiches because of the high fiber content it gives to the sandwich. They also rich in carbohydrates that provide energy to the body. Very good, learners. I hope you were able to recall and understand the types of bread that we had a while ago. This will help you to choose what is the best suited bread for your sandwiches. Now, to check if you really understood our lesson, be ready for a short quiz. Are you ready? Listen to my instructions carefully. Given the following questions, choose the letter of the correct answer. Write your answers in a piece of paper. I will read the question twice. Are you ready? My dear learners, let's begin. This refers to the most commonly used bread for sandwiches. Again, this refers to the most commonly used bread for sandwiches. Is it A, yeast bread, B, buns and rolls, C, flatbreads, or D, quick breads? For question number 2, these are breads raised by the chemical action of baking powder. I repeat, these are bread raised by chemical action of baking powder. Is it A, yeast bread, B, buns and rolls, C, flatbreads, or D, wheat breads? For item number 3, it is a flatbread with pockets that is perfect for stuffing. Again, it is a flatbread with pockets that is perfect for stuffing. Is it A, pita, B, focaccia, C, lavash, or D, tortillas? For question number 4, this refers to an unleavened cornmeal baked on a hot stove. I repeat, this refers to an unleavened cornmeal baked on a hot stove. Is it A, focaccia, B, tortillas, C, lavash, or D, pita? For question number 5, this is a very thin bread that is used for burritos and tacos. Again, this is a very thin bread that is used for burritos and tacos. Is it A, yeast bread, B, flatbread, C, wraps, or D, wheat bread? I hope you got all the answers correctly. Now, it's time to check your answers. Are you excited? And here are the answers. For item number 1, the answer is A, yeast bread. For item number 2, the answer is D, wheat bread. For item number 3, the answer is A, pita. For item number 4, the answer is B, tortillas. And for item number 5, the answer is C, wraps. Kindly check your answers properly and count the number of the correct items. For those who got a perfect score, congratulations for a job well done. And for those who got scores 3 to 4, very good, you're almost there. And for those who got scores 2 and below, you're still good, but you can do better. All you have to do is to get your compendium of notes and review the answers you did not get right. That's it for today. Thank you for listening, and I hope that you learned something. Once again, this is Teacher Marjorie F. Carrillo from Odanel High School. It's been a pleasure being with you. I will leave you with a saying, here is bread which strengthens man's heart, and therefore is called the staff of life. And always remember, in TLE, we aim for skills, knowledge, and progress. Have a great day, everyone. Take care, and God bless us all.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online. sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama katuwang kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radio Pilipino. Radio Pilipino.
Sa San Manuel, Tarlac, ginanap kamakailan ng isang kasalang bayan. Personal na dumalo at nagpaunlak ng mensahe si Tarlac 1st District Congressman Jaime D. Cuangco na isa rin sa mga principal sponsors para sa mga couples na ikinasal kamakailan. 37 na couples ang nagbitiw ng salitang I do sa harap ni San Manuel Mayor Doña Tesoro. Bukod pa rito, nagpaabot naman ng pagbati at best wishes sa kanyang Facebook post para sa mga ito si Congressman Jaime D. Cuangco. Sa Mungkada, Tarlac, iginawad kamakailan sa mga nagsipagtapos ng pagsasanay tungkol sa wastong pangangalaga ng mga kambing ang 2 bak o lalaking kambing. Ang iginawad na 2 bak ay para sa mga magsasaka ng bayan sa magkaibang asosasyon. Sa mensahe ni Mungkada Mayor Estelita M. Aquino, hinikayat nito ang mga mangangalaga na alagaan ng mga kambing upang mapakinabangan ng karamihan, lalong-lalo na sa breeding o pagpaparami nito. Dumalo sa nasabing seremonya ng pagbibigay si Councilor Celeste A. Aison, Committee on Agriculture, Land Use Cooperatives and CEO Accreditation Chairperson.
One FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. Your only one FM.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral TarlakHenyo.
RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
At sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac.
Mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito, sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
Sa bayan ng Kapas, Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Good afternoon, grade 9 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Lori Jane G. Damaso, your remote teacher broadcaster for Arts Grade 9, broadcasting live here in Moncada, Tarlac. Join me for the next 25 minutes of another fun-filled learning experience as we try to explore our lesson about romantic sculptures and Gothic revival architecture. How are you today? I'm glad you are fine. Before we start our new lesson, let us first have a review of our topic last time. Last time, we talked about romantic painters. Can you still remember the painters of the Romantic era? Let us have a quick review and let us see if you can answer my questions. Are you ready? I will give you 5 seconds to answer each question. Let's have question number 1. Who are the artists that express their feelings and passion using portraits, figures as their subjects? Very good. The artists who express their feelings and passion using portraits and figures as their subjects were Jean-Louis Theodore Géricault, Eugene Delacroix, and Francisco Goya. Question number 2. Who are the 2 famous landscape artists during the Romantic period? Very good. The 2 famous landscape artists during the Romantic period are Theodore Rousseau and Jean-Baptiste Camille Corot. Excellent! I'm glad that you still remember the topic last session. Give yourself 5 claps for a job well done. Now, let us have our new lesson for today. But before we start, make sure you are holding your printed module so you can follow as I go along the discussions. Stay in the most comfortable place while watching or listening to this broadcast. Hands off to all distractions. Lend me your ears and stay focused to our lesson. At the end of the module, you are expected to identify representative artists from Romantic periods and Gothic revival architecture. Okay then, are you ready? Let us get started and talk about the Romantic sculptures and Gothic revival architecture. So, what is sculpture? Western sculpture was born in ancient Greece, where carving and modeling were used to create pottery and statues. Carving, which is the removal of material, and modeling, which is the addition of material, are the 2 ways of creating sculptures. Most ancient sculptures were made from wood, stone, metal, glass, and ceramic. Famous sculptures are usually made out of stone, and these are the ones that survived. However, modern sculptures are made from different materials, such as things like plastic, and even objects we considered as trash. Throughout history, large sculptures were seen as extremely expensive and time-consuming art. Many famous sculptures were made for either politics or religion. Romantic sculpture can be divided into 2. First, about works that concern the natural world, and the second is those that concern the natural world. The leading sculptors of each type were Rude and Berry. Let us first talk about Francois Rude. Francois Rude was born on January 4, 1784 and died on November 3, 1855. He was best known for his social art, which aimed to inspire and capture the interest of a broad public. He rejected the classical repose of the late 18th and the early 19th century French sculpture in favor of a dynamic, emotional style and created many movements that stirred the public for generations. He exemplifies the moral seriousness of monumental sculpture in mid-19th century in France. An important figure in the burgeoning trend of commemorative statuary, Rude played a seminal role in the period's obsessive glorification of national heroes. He is best known as the creator of the iconic Departure of the Volunteers in 1792, which is popularly called La Marseillaise. It portrays the goddess Liberty urging the forces of the French Revolution onward. Francois Rude commemorated a crucial moment in modern history through the powerful language of classical allegory. The Departure of the Volunteers of 1792 honors France's first citizen army, formed in response to a threatened invasion by a Prussian-Austrian coalition intent on restoring the deposed Bourbon monarchy. Dressed in classical armor and carrying ancient weapons, men ranging from youth to old age rally under the command of a fierce female warrior. Borne up by wings and wearing a Phrygian cap, which were worn by freed slaves in Roman times, she represents the victorious spirit of liberty, conceived as the embodiment of France during the Revolution of 1789. This highly finished plaster relief, one of a few of Rude's models to survive, so closely resembles the final version, is sculpted on a colossal scale for the Arc de Triomphe on the Champs-Élysées in Paris that is may have served as a guide for stone carvers. Another famous artwork of Rude is Jeanne d'Arc. This marble sculpture of Joan of Arc was made in 1852 by Francois Rude. She is depicted as a young woman with flowing dress, holding and resting a helmet with her left hand as she raises her right hand as if she hears something. Since the time of her death, Jeanne has inspired thousands of historians, poets, and painters. Each of them tells a different story. Guided by what she thought were divine voices, Jeanne revived French fortunes in the Hundred Years' War. She played a major and somewhat mysterious role in rallying the flagging forces of Charles VII against the English occupier in 1429, leading her troops to breaking the siege of Orleans and having Charles VII, the King of France, officially crowned king in Reims the same year. Girl and soldier, saint and heretic, savior. Since the time of her death, Jeanne has inspired thousands of historians, poets, and painters. She was later captured and sold to the English, who burned her at the stake for heresy and perjury in 1431 in Rouen, France. But her death only made her more powerful. She was only 19 years old. The men of subsequent centuries took her story for their plays and poems, her image for their statues. She became the spirit of France, the maiden, the holy warrior, the republican, and Napoleonic symbol for opposition to the English and for those who would protect France from foreign domination. In the Second World War, Charles de Gaulle used her standard, the Cross of Lorraine, as the symbol of Free France. In 1920, she was canonized as a saint by Pope Benedict XV. Another leading sculptor of the Romantic era is Anton Louis Barye. Anton Louis Barye is a prolific French sculptor, painter, and printmaker whose subject was primarily animals. He was the most famous animal sculptor of all time. He studied the anatomy of his subjects by sketching residents of the Paris Zoo. The mass of admirable work left by Barye entitles him to be regarded as one of the greatest animal life artists of the French animalier school and the refiner of a class of art which has attracted such men as Emmanuel Vermeer, Paul-Edouard Delabarre, Auguste Caine, and Georges Gardet. His famous artworks are Hercules sitting on a ball and Theseus slaying the Minotaur. For those who just tuned in, you are listening to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. This is your teacher broadcaster, Lord Jane G. Damaso, and our lesson is all about Romantic sculptors and Gothic revival architecture. We are now done discussing about the Romantic sculptors. Let us now proceed with our next topic, which is the Gothic revival architecture. Gothic revival, which is also referred to as Victorian Gothic or Neo-Gothic, is an architectural movement that began in the late 1740s in England. Many of Neo-Gothic buildings feature castellation in which the walls and towers are crenelated in imitation of medieval castles. Indeed, heavily castellated Neo-Gothic buildings have been often referred to as castles, even though they never served as a defensive structure. Among them was Strawberry Hill. As the first Gothic revival architecture in Europe, Strawberry Hill seamlessly blended landscape design, architecture, and decorative arts to forge a new direction in 18th century design and culture. The grounds and buildings, with their uniquely designed interiors, were the visionary project of writer Horace Walpole, the youngest son of Britain's first Prime Minister. Strawberry Hill was designed to display his collections of fine and decorative art amidst rooms reflecting Gothic aesthetics and his fascination with materials. One of the most astonishing touches in the decorative scheme is the inventive and often deceptive use of paper mache to render flourishes that could be mistaken for stone or wood architectural details. Although much of Walpole's extensive collection was auctioned by his descendants in 1842, and the property sold to St. Mary's College in 1925, the architecture and landscape of Strawberry Hill remained largely intact. Now demolished and restored, is the most famous work of the decorative phase in the Gothic Revival. Gothic Revival became widely used for churches and civic buildings throughout the West, especially in Britain and the United States. Bricks and stones were both commonly used. The architects who used Neo-Gothic style were Charles Barry and James Renwick. Let us first have Charles Barry. Charles Barry was born on May 23, 1795 and died on May 12, 1860. He was a British architect, best known for his role in the rebuilding of the Palace of Westminster, which was also known as the Houses of Parliament, in London during the mid-19th century. He is also responsible for numerous other buildings and gardens. He is known for his major contribution to the use of Italianate architecture in Britain, especially the use of palazzo as basis for the design of country houses, city mansions, and public buildings. He also developed the Italian Renaissance garden style for the many gardens he designed around country houses. His famous work is the Houses of Parliament, which is also known as the Palace of Westminster. And last but definitely not the least artist we have is James Renwick. James Renwick was born on November 1, 1818 and died on June 23, 1895 in New York City. He is one of the most successful, prolific, and versatile American artists in the latter half of the 19th century. Renwick's crowning American work is the St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. It is an immense and eclectic twin-spired structure that makes the German, French, and the English Gothic influences. St. Patrick's Cathedral is a decorated neo-Gothic Catholic cathedral in Manhattan, with the primary structure erected between 1858 and 1878. A prominent landmark of New York City, it is the seat of the Archbishop of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of New York as well as a parish church. It is considered one of the most visible symbols of the Catholic Church in the United States. And that concludes our lesson for today. Did you enjoy our lesson? I am glad to hear that. Let us see if you really understood the lesson discussed. I will give you some activities to answer. Get your activity sheet and answer them. For items 1 to 5, you need to identify the names of the following architecture and sculptures. Choose the letter of the correct answer in the box provided. Let us have item number 1. What is the name of this sculpture? It is one of Anton Louis Berry's artwork. Your choices are A. Departure of the Volunteers, B. Hercules sitting on a ball, C. John d'Arc, D. St. Patrick's Cathedral, E. Strawberry Hill, or letter F. Fishes slaying the Minotaur. Yes, the answer is letter B. Hercules sitting on a ball. Next, item number 2. What is the name of this architecture? It is one of the famous architecture during the Gothic Revival era. Choices are A. Departure of the Volunteers, B. Hercules sitting on a ball, C. John d'Arc, D. St. Patrick's Cathedral, E. Strawberry Hill, or letter F. Fishes slaying the Minotaur. Very good. The answer is letter E. Strawberry Hill. Item number 3. How about this sculpture? Can you remember its name? It is also called La Marseillaise. It portrays the goddess Liberty urging the forces of the French Revolution onward. Your choices are letter A. Hercules, Departure of the Volunteers, B. Hercules sitting on a ball, C. John d'Arc, D. St. Patrick's Cathedral, E. Strawberry Hill, or letter F. Fishes slaying the Minotaur. Very good. The correct answer is letter A. Departure of the Volunteers. Number 4. This marble sculpture was made in 1852 by François Riday. She is depicted as a young woman with flowing dress holding and resting a helmet with her left hand as she raises her right hand as if she hears something. Your choices are A. Departure of the Volunteers, B. Hercules sitting on a ball, C. John d'Arc, D. St. Patrick's Cathedral, E. Strawberry Hill, or letter F. Fishes slaying the Minotaur. Yes, correct. The answer is letter C. John d'Arc. And number 5. It is an immense and electric twin-inspired structure that mixes German, French, and English Gothic influences. A. Departure of the Volunteers, B. Hercules sitting on a ball, C. John d'Arc, B. St. Patrick's Cathedral, A. Strawberry Hill, or letter F. Fishes slaying the Minotaur. The correct answer is letter D. St. Patrick's Cathedral. Now we are done with the first part of your assessment. Let us have the second part, which is multiple choice. Let's continue and have number 6. What is the action of art? Action or art of processing plastic hard materials into works of art. If your answer is letter C, very good. You got the correct answer. 7. What year did Barry won the design competition held for a new Houses of Parliament building? The correct answer is letter C. Number 8. Who was the name behind Britain's foremost Gothic revival monument, the Westminster Palace? The correct answer is letter C. Charles Barry. Number 9. What is the other term for Gothic revival? If your answer is letter C, very good. And number 10, what is the most famous work of the decorative phase of the Gothic revival? Very good. The correct answer is letter B, Strawberry Hill. Perfect. That was awesome. 25 minutes of fun-filled learning experience in Hearts has been concluded. I hope you learned a lot about today.
Again, I am your anchor for today, Lori Jane G. Damaso, and until next time.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganun din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam. We are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
hapon po sa lahat ng taga-subaybay ng ating Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, dito sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, at sa bayang napapakinggan sa DZTZ Radio Filipino 828 AM Radio at napapanood via Converge TV Channel 100, FB Live sa ating FB page ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at sa FB page ng DEPED tayo Tarlac Province. Ako po ang inyong segment host, Mayor Tolentino, Master Teacher 1 ng San Pedro National High School. Mapalad po tayong makakasama ang Master Teacher 2 ng Senior High School Department ng San Felipe National High School. At isang kasalo enthusiast, we have Dr. Jomel P. Calderon. Hello, Sir Jomel.
Hello, magandang hapon.
Kasama rin po nating hapon na ito ang Master Teacher 1 ng Araling Panlipunan mula sa Capas National High School. We have Sir Ferdinand M. Villanueva.
Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po. Magandang hapon po muli, Sir Jomel and Sir Ferdinand. Welcome po sa ating Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo sa Division Virtual Project, Kasalo sa Radyo. Bumati po muna tayo sa ating mga taga-subaybay na nakikinig at nanonood. Unahin na po natin si Sir Jomel Calderon.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat ng ating mga tagapakinig at manonood mula sa iba't ibang paaralan ng Division of Tarlac Province, lalong-lalo na sa mga mag-aaral, mga guro at administrador ng mataas na paaralan ng San Felipe dito mismo sa bayan ng San Manuel, Tarlac, kung saan ako kasalukuyang nagtuturo. Halina't saluhan ninyo kami sa isa na namang makabuluhang project, or episode I should say, ng Project Kasalo sa Radyo.
Okay, thank you, Sir Jomel. What about Sir Ferdy?
Salamat, Ma'am May. Pagbati po sa mga ginigiliw nating mga nakikinig, mga mag-aaral namin, mga magulang, no, dito sa ating programang Kasalo sa Radyo. Sana po ay samahan nyo kami sa hapong ito sa pagtalakay at pagbabalik tanaw natin sa kasaysayang lokal ng mga bayan dito sa ating lalawigan ng Tarlac. Sana ay makapagbigay po kami ng mga dagdag ninyong kaalaman at impormasyon sa maiksing oras nating pagsasama. Kukunin ko naman ang oportunidad na ito na magpasalamat sa ating butihing EPS, sa Aralin Panlipunan, Dr. Lamberto Gamurot, sa oportunidad na ako ay isama muli sa ating segment kasi katatapos lang namin Mami last week at ngayon po ay kinuha naman po ako bilang panelist. Maraming pong salamat Sir Lambert at likewise pagbati po sa aking ginagalang na punong guro ng Capas National High School, Ginoong Mariolito G. Pagkalas at sa aking butihing Head Teacher 6 ng Araling Panlipunan, Madam Monina Martinez. Shout out din po sa mga masipag at mga masigasig na guro ng Capas National High School. Magandang hapon po.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Fergie. Nako, napakahaba nun, Sir Fergie, ha? Okay, so ngayong araw po na ito ay ating tatalakayin at pag-uusapan ang tungkol sa kasaysayan ng bayan ng San Manuel. Sinasabing ang bayan ng San Manuel ang pinakahuling naitatag bilang nagsasariling bayan noong panahon ng Amerikano, noong 1909. Sir Jomel, paano nga ba nagsimula ang bayan ng San Manuel?
Okay, Ma'am May, noong taong 1760, ang bayan ng San Manuel ay isang kabubatan na kinatatagpuan ng makapal na talahib at damo. Ito rin ay may lawa at sapa. Actually, itong lawa na ito hanggang ngayon ay makikita pa rin kapag ikaw ay dadaan along MacArthur Highway. May ilap na hayop ang gumagala sa kapaligiran. Ito ay isang baryo na walang tiyak na bayang sumasabog. Ngunit taong 1902, ang San Manuel ay kinilala sa tawag na San Jose. Isa ay tinuturing na pinakamalaking baryo ng Canada. Noong 1909 naman, ang maunlad na baryong ito ay naihiwalay sa bayan ng Bukada at naging nagsasariling bayan. Ito ay pinanganalang San Manuel bilang alaala kay Don Manuel Gurion na nagtaguyod sa pagkakaroon nito.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sir Jomel. Gusto ko lang ding magdagdag sa kanyang mga sinabi na ang bayan ng San Manuel ay tinatawag na hiyas ng Tarlac. Kung titignan natin ang kanyang mapa, mapapansin natin na ito ay Hugis Marquis. Okay? Kaya naman tinatawag itong hiyas ng Tarlac. So, kung titignan natin mula sa isang kagubatan at masukal na lugar, ay umusbong ang isang bayan. Sino-sino naman kaya, Sir Ferdy, ang mga itinuturing na naging unang nanirahan sa bayan ng San Manuel? Take it away, Sir Ferdy.
Thank you, Ma'am May. Ma'am May, alam mo ba, ang bayan ng San Manuel, ang mga sinasabi nilang unang nanahan sa bayang ito ay mula o galing sa Ilocos. Galing din sa Pangasinan ang mga iba at Mukada, Tarlac. Nilinang nila ang mga lupa at pinutol ang mga malalaking punong kahoy na nakikita natin sa mga panahon na yaon. Kaya naman sa taong 1770, dumami di umano ang mga nandayuhan sa lugar na ito galing sa bayan ng Pangasinan, Tarlac, La Union at Nueva Ecija. Ang mga nalinang na lupa ay binungkal nila ay naging mga sityo tulad ng sityo ng Laganit, Sinaywan, ng Rosales, Pangasinan at Nambengan at Tambu ng mga taga-Mukada at Anaw, Tarlac, Manay.
Okay, Sir Ferdy, nakakatuwang isipin, no? Na ang dati-rating kagubatan at may makapal na talahib at damo ay naging tahanan ng mga tao mula sa iba't ibang lugar. At dahil dito ay nabuo ang iba't ibang mga sityo. Maaari mo bang isa-isahin, Sir Jomel, ano-ano itong mga sityo at barangay na umusbong sa bayan ng San Manuel?
Okay, Ma'am May, sa taong 1796, ang mga sityong nabuo ng mga unang nanahan ay ang mga sumusunod. Naging baryo ng Ligasit o Kawayang Kiling na siyang naging Salcedo, isa sa mga barangay ngayon ng San Manuel. Sinaywan at Legazpi na sakop ng Anaw, ang Nambengan at Pait, Manok na naging kilala noon na Lanak, dahil ang lugar ay mabuhangin at maputi. Nang lumaki ang populasyon, ang sityo ng Lanat ay naging baryo ng San Jose at ang sityo Litep ay naging baryo ng San Felipe. Ito yung barangay ngayon, no, kung saan nakatayo itong paaralan na aking pinaglilingkuran. Kilala sa tawag na Litep. Dahil sa ang mga mamamayan nito ay pangkat-pangkat, nagtayo ng mga bahay na naging sakop ng San Ramon. Ang San Ramon ay ang dating pangalan ng Mukada. Naging baryo rin ang San Vicente, kilala sa tawag na Kabaritan, dahil maraming ratan, yantok at ang kulubot na kilala sa tawag na kulub, isang kagamitang panghuli ng isda, at naging sakop din ng San Ramon, katulad ng binanggit ko kanina, May, ay ang Mungkada sa kasalukuyan.
Yes.
Sa ngayon, mayroong 15 barangay ang bumubuo sa bayan ng San Manuel. Ito ang mga sumusunod. Ang Barangay Kulubot, Lanat, Legazpi, Mangandingay, Mataranok, Akpako, Poblasyon, Salcedo, San Agustin, San Felipe, San Jacinto, San Miguel, San Narciso, San Vicente at Santa Maria. Dahil nga dito ako sa bayang ito nagtuturo sa kasalukuyan, Ma'am May, lahat ng 15 barangay na yan ay napuntahan ko na.
Wow! Nakapunta ka dun, sir, dahil
sa mga estudyante akong nag-aaral doon sa mga
home visit.
At syempre, parte na rin yan, di ba, ng pakikibahagi sa mga pangyayari, no, na mahalaga dito sa bayan ng San Manuel.
Yes, sir. Tama. So, napaka-interesting, no, na nagsimula lang ang bayan ng San Manuel sa ilang sityo. Pero kung titignan natin ngayon, kagaya ng nabanggit ni Sir Jomel, sa ngayon ay meron na itong 15 barangay na bumubuo sa nasabing bayan. So pagkatapos na makapagtatag ng mga sityo at iba't ibang baryo sa bayan ng San Manuel, atin namang alamin kung paano ba ang naging pamumuhay ng mga taga San Manuel noon. So Sir Ferdy, paano nga ba yung pamumuhay, yung uri ng pamumuhay ng mga tao sa bayan ng San Manuel noon. Ano yung kanilang kultura?
Salamat, Ma'am May. Ang pamumuhay ng mga taga San Manuel ay makulay at masasabi natin maunlad ang kanilang kultura. Naririto ang ilang mga paraan ng pamumuhay ng mga taga San Manuel, Ma'am May. Ang hanap buhay ng mga unang nanahan sa San Manuel ay pagsasaka ng palay. Parang hanggang ngayon nga, maaari na siguro ating tanungin si Sir Jomel kasi nandun siya. Marami pa rin mga nagsasaka, no? Ng mga kababayan natin sa bayan ng San Manuel. Tanong natin later. Bukod sa palay, Ma'am May, nagtatanim din ang mga kababayan natin sa San Manuel na unang nanirahan doon ng tabako at gulay. Ang mga iba naman ay mga nangingisda sila sa mga ilog at sapa. So may mayaman din sa yamang tubig ang San Manuel sa mga sapa o ilog na pinagkukuhanan nila ng makakain. Sa kagubatan, ang mga tao ay nangangaso sila ng mga dahil ang San Manuel that time ay mayaman sila sa mga mailap na hayop katulad ng usa, unggoy at ibon dahil nga noong mga panahon na yon ay magubat ang bahagi na ito at nilinis nga. So gumagamit ang mga tao ng sinasabi nilang paragos. Yung paragos ay hinihila ng mga kalabaw o kabayo na sa namang nagdadala ng kanilang mga produkto sa mga tindahan at pamilihan. So ganun ang mga pamumuhay nila that time. Samantala, ang mga karaniwang manggagamot sa health naman nila, pag-uusapan ng kalusugan, noong mga unang mga panahon, malamang wala kang masyadong mga doktor that time, ang ating mga kababayan sa San Manuel ay they believe in mga herbularyo. Parang di ba, Ma'am May, parang ngayon may mga ilan pa rin tayo mga kababayan sa mga far-flung areas and even in some places in our province na naniniwala pa rin tayo sa mga herbularyo. Di ba, Ma'am May? Lalo yung mga
marami pa rin.
Malayo po sa mga hospital, gano'n. So noon pa man po, naniniwala na daw sila sa mga herbularyo. Ang gamot na kanilang ibinibigay ay mga tubig daw na may halong mga dugo ng manok na siya naman pinaliligo sa mga may sakit. So yun ang mga nasa ating mga sources na nabasa. Tapos, Ma'am May, sa relihiyon naman po, dahil parte ng kultura ang ating relihiyon, karamihan sa mga taga San Manuel ay mga Katoliko. Bagaman may mga iba din pong mga naniniwala sa ibang relihiyon katulad ng Iglesia ni Cristo, naniniwala din po sila sa mga Espiritista, meron din po mga born again, Aglipayans, Jehovah's Witnesses, at meron din pong Seventh-day Adventists. Yun po, Ma'am May.
Okay, thank you, Sir Ferdy. Tunay ngang makulay at mayaman ang kultura ng bayan ng San Manuel noon pa man. So ngayon, kumusta naman kaya ang San Manuel sa panahon ng pananakop ng mga Espanyol, Sir Jomel?
May problema yata yung camera ko dahil hindi ako nakikita sa screen, ano?
Ay, oo nga,
Pero,
sir.
Marami naman akong masasabi patungkol sa yung katanungan mo.
Yes, sir.
Nang
Go ahead, sir.
mahimagsik ang mga Katapunero laban sa mga Kastila, Ma'am May, maraming mga mamamayan sa San Manuel noon ang sumanib sa katipunan sa pamumuno ng isang Mungkadenyan na nagngangalang Don Selvino Lopez. Siya ay pinangalan ng Pilato dahil may isa lamang salita. Walang tunay na labanan na nangyari sa bayan ng San Manuel noon dahil ito ay isang baryo lamang. Nang umunlad ang bayan ng San Jose, ito yung lumang pangalan ng San Manuel, nahiwalay ito sa bayan ng Moncada. Ang mga naninirahan sa baryo ng San Jose ay di alam kung anong bayan ang nakasasakop sa kanila. Ito ay napaliligiran ng mga bayan ng Moncada sa Timog, Anao at Cuyapo sa Silangan, Santo Tomas at Rosales sa Hilaga at Alcala sa Kanluran. Wala ni isa man sa mga nasabing bayan noong una ang umaangkin sa nasabing lugar. May pangyayaring naganap na nakatulong sa paglutas ng suliraning ito, Doc May and Doc Ferdy, patungkol sa juridikasyon o yung pagtukoy kung sino nga bang nakasasakop ng isang lugar. Ayon sa mga kwento na nabanggit din sa aklat ng kasaysayang lokal ng Tarlac, may isang taong kumukuha ng bahay pukyutan na nahulog at namatay. Ang mga tao ay agad na ipinaalam ang nangyari sa bayan na sumasakop hanggang ang bayan ng Moncada ang tumugon sa kanila. Kaya ang baryo ng San Jose ay sinasabing naging bahagi ng Moncada dahil sa pangyayaring ito. ngunit mas may makasaysayang mas may makasaysayang tala patungkol sa pagsasarili, no, ng San Manuel bilang isang bayan. Isang San Manuelenyo na si Victoriano Castro ay naglakas raw ng loob na pumunta sa Kapitolyo ng lalawigan ng Tarlac noong ang gobernador na nanunungkulan ay si Gobernador Manuel de Leon para hilingin ang kanilang pagsasarili ng San Jose at maging isang ganap na bayan na hindi na saklaw ng bayan ng Moncada. Siya ay sinamahan ng pangkat ng mga kalalakihan. Sa usapan ni Castro at Gobernador Manuel de Leon, naramdaman ni Gobernador Manuel de Leon ang lohika, ang rason ng grupo ni Victoriano Castro kung kaya't tinulungan sila ng gobernador na ito na maging independent, no? Independiente na bayan ang San Manuel. Alinsunod naman sa kanyang pangalan kasi ang pangalan ng gobernador na ito ay Manuel de Leon.
Okay, thank you Sir Jomel. So, sobrang interesting po, no? Sa maikling oras pa lang ay ang dami na nating nalalaman na i-feed sa atin na information regarding sa bayan ng San Manuel. Isa na dyan is dati pala siyang baryo ng Moncada. So Sir Ferdy, may iba pa bang mga impormasyon na pwede kang maibahagi sa ating mga tagapanood at mga tagapakinig?
Salamat Ma'am May ulit. Opo, may nasaliksik naman po tayong mga dagdag na kaalaman na maaari natin ibahagi sa ating mga tagapakinig na mga mag-aaral. Ang bayan ng San Manuel, Ma'am May, ay kabilang sa ika-4 na klaseng munisipalidad, no? So, I think hanggang ngayon nga po pag nag-Google po tayo o nagbasa sa internet, I think San Manuel is still classified as 4th class municipality. Pero sana balang araw pinapangarap siguro ng bawat bayan na one day they will become a first class municipality. Ang apas po kasi ay may tuturing na natin na gano'n. So sana balang araw, Ma'am May, no?
Yes.
So malapit-lapit na siguro or mamaya siguro explain na ng ating mga ni Master Joem kung sa kasalukuyan natin panahon kung kamusta na ang kalagayan ng San Manuel or klasifikasyon nito bilang munisipalidad. Pero noon po, Ma'am May, sa mga panahon na pinag-usapan natin, early days, kabilang daw po sa ika-4 na klaseng munisipyo. At may populasyon lamang na humigit kumulang 2,000 tao. Napakakaunti lang po ng mga nanahan noon that time, Ma'am May. Pero alam niyo po, nung nagsaliksik ako ngayon, Ma'am May, sa internet, napakalayo na po ng populasyon ng mga dami ng taong nakatira sa San Manuel. Umaabot na daw po sila mga 28,000 people ngayon. More than 28,000. O compared sa 2,000 lang noon. Na binubuo po sila ng ating mga kapatid ng mga Ilocano at saka Pangasinense. May kabuuang lawak po ang lupain nila na matabang lupa na umaabot ng 4,000 hektarya, 4,000 hectares. Sa simula daw po, ang San Manuel ay hindi asyenda. Pagkalipas ng ilang taon, pinagpalit ng mga ninuno ang kanilang mga lupain sa mga mahalagang bagay at ang iba naman po pinagbili. Ang mga lupa naman ay tinirahan ng mga taong matatalino, may pera at may impluensya. Kaya ito naging asyenda na pagmamay-ari ng mga pamilya ni Don Gonzales at Don Marcelino Santos. Ang ikatlong bahagi ng asyenda ay nakamit ni Don Marcelino Santos dahil lang ang mga intrigue dito na si Don Nicolas Valenton ng bayan ng Moncada ay ipinaglaban ang kanilang karapatan, ngunit natalo sa hukuman dahil sa kakulangan ng papeles, paraan, pera at maling pamamahala. Si Don Marcelino Santos ang naging abogado ng pamilyang Gonzales na humarap at nanalo sa kataas-taasang hukuman. Kaya, ibinigay sa kanya ng pamilyang Gonzales ang ikatlong bahagi o 1/3 ng lupain. Ang lupa ay pinaupahan ng mga Gonzales sa mga tao ng 6 hanggang 8 kabang palay bawat hektarya. Yung Ma'am May.
Okay, so thank you for that information, Sir Ferdy. O syempre, dahil sa may naitatag na bayan, which is yung bayan ng San Manuel, napaka-imposible na hindi natin itatakel kung sino-sino nga ba yung mga nasa likod ng pagkakatatag ng bayan ng San Manuel noon hanggang sa ngayon. So, Sir Jomel, pwede bang i-share natin kung sino-sino yung mga namuno sa bayan ng San Manuel?
Okay, yes, Ma'am May, hanggang ngayon wala pa rin akong
Kaya nga, sir.
sa camera. Nabanggit kanina yung pangalan ni Victoriano Castro, na siyang humiling sa gobernador ng lalawigan ng Tarlac noon para maging nagsasariling bayan ang San Manuel. Siya rin ang unang nahirang na presidente munisipal. Parang katumbas siya ng mayor sa kasalukuyan, Ma'am May. Alam mo ba na ang kanyang buwanang sweldo nung panahon na yon ay 25 pesos lamang. So, talagang makikita mo yung kanilang pero syempre malaking halaga na yan.
Yes, during that time.
But I think yung kanyang dedikasyon din para mapaunlad ang bayan ng San Manuel bilang isang bagong-bagong bayan ng panahon ng kanyang kapanahunan ay syempre nananalaytay yan sa kanyang diwa. Ang mga sumusunod naman, ang mga nanungkulan sa bayan ng San Manuel na naihalal sa pamamagitan ng pagboto. So, sinundan si Don Victoriano Castro ni Don Hilario Licayan na nagsilbi mula 1911 hanggang 1912. Sumunod naman si Rufino Ramora na nagsilbi mula 1912 hanggang 1915. Macario Toquero na nakapagsilbi ng dalawang termino mula 1916 hanggang 1921. Si Anselmo Malonzo na nagsilbi bilang municipal mayor mula 1925 hanggang 1927. Si Facundo Licayan na nagsilbi mula 1927 hanggang 1930. Gerardo Villa Agustin, 1931 to 1934. Aurelio Agaid Sr., 1934 to 1938. Again, Aurelio Agaid Sr., mula 1938 hanggang 1940. Gerardo Villa Agustin mula 1941 hanggang 1945. Ang mga naging alkalde sa bayan magbuhat noong 1948 hanggang sa kasalukuyan ay ang mga sumusunod. Si Mayor Junicio D. Felix, nagsilbi mula 1948 hanggang 1949. Si Mayor Federico Peralta na nagsilbi noong 1959. Apolinario Peralta. Si Federico Peralta, Ma'am May, kung di ako nagkakamali, nagsilbing gobernador ng ating lalawigan. And then, ito yung naabutan ko na alam ko sa aking diwa, si Mayor Jose C. Villa Agustin Jr. na nagsilbi mula 1986 hanggang 1988. Lopez Salgada na naging OIC noong 1988. Then bumalik sa pwesto si Jose C. Villa Agustin Jr. noong 1988 hanggang 1998. Sinundan ng dating mayor na si Reynaldo S. Malaso mula 1998 hanggang 2007. Pumalit si Jose C. Villa Agustin Jr. na nagsilbi mula 2007 hanggang 2010. And of course, ang mga tesoro na ang sumunod after ng Villa Agustin, si dating Mayor Benjamin D. Tesoro na nagsilbi ng tatlong diretsyong termino mula 2010 hanggang 2019 na pinalitan ng kanyang anak na si Doña Crescencia R. Tesoro na nagsilbi simula noong 2019 at hanggang sa kasalukuyan. So ito yung mga pagkasunod-sunod, Ma'am May, ng mga nagsilbing mayor at nagsisilbing mayor ng bayan ng San Manuel. By the way, add ko lang, Ma'am May, doon sa binanggit ni Sir Ferdy, laging nababanggit yung mungkada sa pagtalakay ng kasaysayan ng San Manuel. Ang San Manuel kasi, katulad nga ng nasabi kanina, ay dating bahagi. At nung ito ay nagsariling bilang isang bayan, tinatawag pa rin itong sister municipality ng mungkada. Para mabuo pa rin, di ba, yung pagkakaibigan ng magkapitbahay na bayan. Some sort of pagtutulungan sa pagitan ng dalawa sa pagpapaunlad.
Okay, Sir Jomel, kindly explain ko ano yung nasa larawan natin ngayon, which is the tagline of San Manuel, bayan ng San Manuel, ang bagong San Manuel.
Yes, Ma'am May, sa kasalukuyan alam naman natin, makikita natin na ang bayan ng San Manuel ay nakakikita ng malaking pagbabago. No? Makikita natin ang malaking pagbabago sa bayan ng San Manuel. Sa mga nakalipas na taon, nagkaroon ng mga establishmentong makatutulong sa mas mabilis na pagunlad ng bayan. Halimbawa na lang, Ma'am May, ang Nestle Philippines ay nakapagpatayo ng kanyang establishmento sa bayan noong lamang 2019. Nauna na rin naitayo ang 2 supermarkets at patuloy ang paglitaw ng iba't ibang mga food businesses. Ang mga larawan na ipinakikita sa ating screen ngayon ay ang arko sa boundary ng Moncada at San Manuel. At alam mo ba, Ma'am May, yan ay pinatayo noong 1997. High school pa tayo yan noon. Ang larawan ay Municipal Hall ng bayan. Sa harap niyan ay sa kabilang kalsada ay makikita ang Cultural Center ng bayan kung saan karaniwang idinadaos ang mga pagtitipon. I know yung mga tagapanood natin ngayon na tagapakinig, kilala nila ang San Manuel sa makulay na pagdiriwang nito ng kabisnahan na kung saan ay pinagdiriwang din ang anibersaryo ng kanilang pagkakatatag bilang isang bayan. Na sinasabayan pa, Ma'am May, ng pagdiriwang ng tinatawag nilang Mais Festival. Kasi, Ma'am May, ang San Manuel sa produksyon ng mais hindi lamang sa Tarlac, kundi sa buong Pilipinas. Sa katunayan, isang San Manuelenyo noon ang nagawaran ng pambansang pagkilala dahil na rin sa produksyon ng mais. Sigurado ko rin na ang ating na ilan sa mga tagapanood at tagapakinig ay nakapag-selfie at groovy na rin sa mga Instagrammable na Umbrella Lane Market na pinasimulan ng kasalukuyang mayor na si Kagalang-galang Doña Crescencia Artisoro, na alam ng lahat na kilalang personalidad sa social media. So basically, Ma'am May, ngayon makikita natin ang San Manuel, napakaraming pagbabago na ang
Yes, tama sir. Talagang naka-align yung tagline nila na ang bagong San Manuel. Gusto ko lang din i-add yung sinabi mo kanina na binigyan mo ng emphasis regarding dun sa mais. Actually, ang San Manuel ang isa sa may best corn producer sila.
Yes,
so that's why na-acknowledge nila ito sa pamamagitan ng kanilang Mais Festival.
Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, taga-Pakpako yata yung nagawaran noon ng national citation because of the production ng mais.
Yes,
Kalimutan ko lang yung pangalan.
Okay, sir. So, nakakatuwang isipin na napakabunga at nag-uumapaw ang ating mga natutunan ngayon patungkol sa bayan ng San Manuel. Maraming salamat sa ating mga panelists, ang ating Master Teacher 2 ng Senior High School ng San Felipe National High School. We have Sir Jomel P. Calderon at ang ating Master Teacher 1 ng Araling Panlipunan din ng Capas National High School. We have Sir Ferdinand M. Villanueva. Muli, ako ang inyong segment host, Mayor Tolentino, Master Teacher 1 ng San Pedro National High School, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayang lokal ay daan sa pag-unawa ng nakaraan at pinagmulan. Ito rin ang daan upang ganap na maunawaan ang pambansang kasaysayan na siyang magiging daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan,